bitches.
Make the ground shake.
You know me, I got that fake rain. Hi everybody, hello, hello. How's everybody's day going? I am streaming earlier today because they're switching the power off at 8 o'clock, which is like in the middle of my stream time. So I was like, yeah, let's do early stream. Thank you for the hearts, Yaku. Thank you. I hope you all had a good day today. Today was kind of a boring day, I guess. Nothing exciting happened. But sometimes that's a good thing, you know, to have a bit of a boring day. Can't be exciting all the time. Oh, you're baking? Oh my goodness. In this heat, Yaku, you're the reason why it's so hot at the moment. What are you baking? Is it more bread? Okay, cool. I'll just sit here and wait, I guess. Genshin, please. Sir. This is what I get for playing other games, though, to be fair. Genshin's like, Welcome back, cheater. Welcome back, bitch. You playing other games? Don't leave the oven unattended. Yeah, I agree. Chocolate cake for your mom's work. You don't know. Spreekkamer. Like I want to say like staff room kind of thing. Like, is it like a staff room? Like where they'll sit and like eat lunch? You know my Afrikaans, Yaku, is terrible. As an English person, I cannot praat die taal. That's about as far as I go. My understanding is usually pretty fine, but I'm very English. My dad was from England, so he didn't study Afrikaans at all. Consulting room. Oh. I actually don't even know what a consulting room is, so I guess in either language I have no idea. No matter the language. Kan nie verstaan nie. That knowledge is lost to the abyss. Oh, okay, well that makes a lot more sense then. That makes a lot more sense. Wow, I thought it was done and then it was like loading. For fuck's sake. So many of these damn things. There we go. I need to I'll probably do it this weekend. Play the new event. I don't think it'll take long either. I actually want to see if it has like gated stuff if I can't do it all now. Because then it's fine, I guess. Goedemiddag. Yeah, is that we're speaking Afrikaans now? Because I can tell you now for free, it's not going to end well for any of us if I speak Afrikaans. It's going to be pain and suffering for you guys having to listen to it. Alright, I need to do dailies, weeklies, quick, because I want to go play that other game. This is why my Genshin was like loading forever, because it's like, oh, okay, you're playing another game. So, yeah. Let's see what we've got. Also, is anybody like I'm surprised to see people this time because I'm like surely people would still be working or like doing shit. But I finished work. I try to finish work as quickly as possible. What is this? Oh, this guy. I wonder if you used Zhao for this, if you could, like, in that beginning part, just, like, jump straight into it. Oh, I think that's the fastest I've completed that one. Very nice. Let's see. What's this one? Swift Slayer. I just gotta boop them on the head. Are those fireflies? Oh no, it's the little gate thingy. Hi, Spawn! Hello, hello, how are you? Once again, I missed your stream because I was working. But how was your stream earlier, Spawn? Oh, no, wait, I want to attack this guy. Because he's a sneaky boy. Ah, damn it. This little itty bitty. I'll never get used to Dory and her 0 HP. One day I'll put gear on her. Maybe. Today is not that day though. Oh. You good? It's hot as fuck today. I don't know about you guys, but I'm schmelting. And yeah, work wasn't too bad. It was uneventful. Like nothing really exciting happened today, which, you know, sometimes it's a good thing. Sometimes we don't want exciting things to happen. We just want to do it and be done with it. That was today, kind of. Because I had to stream early because of load shedding later. So it's hot, but like where do I need to go for this one? I don't know how to get up there. It's hot, but it's like... The air just feels like really warm today. And there's not really any breeze blowing either. How do I get here? Is there a pathway up, maybe? I'll go up this way. Maybe. Could help. But yeah, I can't imagine like, I mean my job's fairly simple. I sit at my computer for a lot of it. But like, oof, if people had to like study in this heat, I would not. I would just be like, no thanks, I'm good. I'll skip today. Oh, it's a mushroom. Oh no, it's Chase the Weasel. I do need to focus a little bit for this. Ayo! And there's also a chest over there. I'm just gonna get sidetracked for like a second and go do that. Oh, there's torches up there. I wonder what that's for. I haven't really explored this area very much. I was about to say. I was like, I opened the chest, but I didn't get anything. I got 5 primos. That's something, I guess. Let's see. We're gonna need... Ah! Where did you guys come from? What? Okay, this is fine. Why you look so angry? Do I? I'm making an angry face. Not on purpose. I think I was just like intensely focusing on what I needed to do. So it looked like I had an angry face. I'm gonna need the ham. Hamburger. And... Memory. Is there nothing under there? What the heck? I got bamboozled. Where was the other one? Oh. Wow, I missed. Wrong order? Or took too long? I think took too long. Whee! Hello, hello. Thank you for the luckies. Angry concentration face. It is a little bit. I'm trying to not have an angry face. Sorry, guys. Why can't I hit that one? There we go. Skill issue. Oh, actually, one thing I needed to do as well. What domains did we have today? Admonition. I might just spend on artifacts, to be honest, because yeah, I don't really know. I don't need Mora or anything else, or books, talent books, or anything. So yeah, I think the artifacts would be the best. Oh wait, why did I come here? I'll come talk to her later. Boop. Just want to make a resin quick. And then go be disappointed in the domains, I guess. You know, the usual. Let's change our characters. Dory. Oh, I can't. Oh man, that's annoying. I can't use her because she's downed. Food. To revive. Steak. Eh? How? What the heck, man?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Dante. How are you? Oh, I did see your DM, Dante. I just didn't have time to reply to it today. Sorry about that. Okay, Dory's revived now. I can teach her in. Yeah, today I had to like quickly finish work and then start stream because I have load shedding later, so I won't be able to stream tonight during my usual time. Where was this one? This way? Yes. What? No. Don't hit the cheap. I have small legs. Give me peace. I'm going the right way. I am not. This is very much the wrong way. Oh, this is fine. It's fine. I don't know why I teleported to that area, but it's okay. Let's see. This way? Instead of teleporting to the town, I just went like all the way around. What a butt. You're on your way home? Alright, no worries, no worries. You must drive safe, Mau. Have not seen that in a long time. I did experience it at Comic-Con. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was a little bit funny. Because you know, we had all those like international guests, and for them to like, I don't know, see one of the most embarrassing things about our country. The fact that they can't even keep the electricity on. The one guest, I can't remember which guest it was, but the one guest was like, yeah, you guys, I thought I'd be immune to the load shedding, but even at the fancy hotel, I got a taste of it, and I was just like, oh my god. That's super embarrassed. Big embarrass. Can you imagine? Hi, Trax. How are you? I don't even know why I'm collecting these fruits. I actually don't know what they're for. The nuts. Sumeru nuts. I feel like it's a very... What the heck? What the heck's going on there? Is that what I'm supposed to be helping with? Yeah. It's a very hard thing to explain to foreigners, and it's the same with like our electric fences and shit. And bars on windows. I was explaining to a friend from the UK that we have bars on our window, and he was like, "What?" Yeah. It's very, very confusing for them. Barbed wire, broken bottles on the walls, electric fences. Oh god, years ago I tried explaining to a German friend of mine. I was like, yeah, we have electric fences around our homes. They were like, what? Don't you use those for cows? And I was like, no. It's for us. It's for the people. You busy melting at work? Oh no! Yeah, I'm fucking... My window's open, but there's like no breeze today. None at all. The air is just not moving. It's like, nope. You need to test this with your Texan friend Ginger. Yeah. See what they say. It's funny, but not like funny haha. Funny like, you know? They're used to parking in the streets with no worry about the car being stolen. Yeah, the radio. I mean, to be fair, how many people actually use the radio in their car? I feel like a lot of people just play their own music these days. Whether you got the aux cord or you've got Bluetooth or whatever the fuck you've got. You got something, basically. I've been spoilt a little bit with like streaming services. I would hate to listen to radios. The amount of talking they do. Oh my, shut up. I know that's the point of them, but god, I just want to listen to music, you know. I don't want to hear the people speaking. And even when it's like not a talk radio station, they'll still have those like annoying like little like jingles for the station, like in the middle, like starting in the like 20 seconds of the song has gone by and the jingle for the goddamn radio station is still playing. The goddamn or the ads, yeah. Had to hide that thing as soon as... Yeah, exactly. You would pop it out, you would take it out, and then hide it under your chair or something, or in the cubby, and you'd lock the cubby. That's some wild shit. She knows a lot from stories. She started saying yeses. It's probably because of you, Mao. You probably say it a lot. Let's see. I just want to check. Um...
知識の価値っていうのは単純にお金で測れるものじゃない。
I just wanted to check if Jargon if Jargon wanted to join for domains. Because I know he and I both need gear. And he's just farming anything and everything. She said O'Shea man, and fuck, it's condescending when you hear it from a non-South African. Wait, can you join, Mao? Because we're world level 8. You're not level 8, are you? Is it the same amount of gear though? I don't know if Jargon will be joining because I know he's like basically just started doing work. You can do level 90. So it's not so much about the level 90 thing, but at the higher world levels, there's like higher chance for gear. So that's why I was asking. I'm not too sure. It's been so long since I even looked. I have no idea how that shit works anymore. But you still on your way home, Mao? How long do you think you'll be? I did wanna change to the other game. Let me just see if Jargon replied. Oh, he's still in bed. He's not on leave yet, is he? My brain's broken. Oh yeah, wait, let me see if I've done my login for today. I think that was yesterday's one. What? Or did I log in this morning? Apparently I did log in today. The reset for that app is very, very confusing. But yes, either way, Mau drive safe. Otherwise, maybe Mao, I can always help you later. Cause yeah, I wanted to do this fix and go switch to that other game. I do have load shedding from 8 to 10. That's the only problem, I guess. Oh, it's this one, yeah. Hi, Kira! Good morning to you. It's afternoon for me. It's 4 p.m. How are you doing, Kira? Let's see. What? Your adventure rank has reached the maximum. From now on, all adventure XP will be converted tomorrow. I have 8 milli, just a casual 8 milli. I'm doing good, Kira. How are you? Sleepy. Did you just wake up now, Kira? It's still sleepy times for you. Wow, thank you for the shouty outy. See, the only problem is with that new shout out thing is I can't see who did that now. You woke up and fed the animals? Ah. Still time to be snugly in bed, surely. You don't have to get up, right? Mushroom.
Yo.
But yeah, Mao, I think I'll just quickly do the domains with Jargon now, and then I can do them with you later as well. Verify. Mine did that as well, Jargon. When I opened the game, it was like I went through 3 different loading bars, like waiting for things to sort their shit out. Oh. That was interesting. You'll come later with Mao too? Okay, well, I'm going to be doing it during load shedding, probably. So, not gonna... Or do you mean... Like, also, like, later, you'll... Okay. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down, don't worry. My brain's cooked today. It's hot as fuck, man. But it's not just hot, it's also dry. And the air just feels like so, like, ugh. Maybe the air's not dry. Maybe that's the wrong descriptor. It just feels like yucky as hell. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. All I know is it's not a mood. If it is a mood, it's a really bad one. It feels real bad. Yeah, actually the air feels very heavy. It's kind of gross. Kota! Hello, how are you? Thank you for the follow, Miss Smokey. How are you doing today? I don't know how time zones work, but it's almost definitely morning for you, Kota. I can't do the time math. It's one of the most confusing maths for me. What do we normally bring here? I have no idea. We had some wombo combo yesterday. Happy time zone! What do you need help with, Miss Smokey? It's 7 AM? Oh my god, no thank you. Why are you awake so early, Kota? Oh no. I mean, I wake up that early for work anyway. But I definitely go back to sleep. 'Cause I can. What was it? It was Yae and Dummy Mommy. We did Big Slapper yesterday with this combo. It was fucking gross, but like in the best way. $7 AM for you as well? Ah. Oh, so Miss Smokey, if you play on if you play on NA, I won't be able to help you with a boss kill or anything like that because I'm on EU. Wooha! That was so good. Your alarm is set to 6 AM? Oh my god. You hate yourself? You must hate yourself. I cannot think of another reason why your alarm would be set to 6 AM. You feel like it? Oh, thank you, Miss Smokey. Thank you. So the reason why I said that is just because you did redeem the the boss kill one, so I thought maybe you needed some help. So close yet so far. Why? You love yourself? Are you sure? I feel like having an alarm set for 6 AM is just not good. Early morning brain. Oh yeah. No worries, Miss Smokey. You hate Valorant and Overwatch? Yeah? But do you play them? Jargon can help, yeah. Jargon's got a very Poggy Woggy's NA account. He just plays on EU with me because I'm very bad at having multiple accounts apparently. Woo! That was the big slapper. God damn. Where are we going? This way. You play the You play them every day? Yeah, you definitely... You can't say you love yourself if you play those games. Any of them pew-pews that make people hella salty. There's got to be a little bit of self-hate in there somewhere. Oh... Hi, Spec! Oh my god, I'm gonna go cry. Be right back, guys. I just need to go have a little cry in the corner. I'm doing good, Spec. How are you? 1 sec? Okay. My bad. You play those games, Engine? Oh, I'm sorry. You have a love-hate relationship. You see, I feel like that's the usual. For them pew-pews. For them pew-pews, it's gotta be a love-hate thing. I've never seen people get more, like, heated than in those games. That said, I don't play a lot of competitive things, so maybe it's a different kind of vibe. Get him, Kokomi-chan! Make a species splashies. Blessed. Kazuha just blinding us there. You have a hate rate. A hate-hate relationship with them and myself. Exactly, exactly. You gonna lurk while you get breakfast? Enjoy, enjoy, Kota. Let's see. Oh, shit. Oh, why defense? What, for who? This is sad. You got something good? At least one of us got something good. You doing better than yesterday? Sorry, if I've missed messages, sorry guys, my brain is, you know, it's half cooked at the moment because of the sweaty weather. I'm sweating my brain straight out of my head. It's kind of gross, not gonna lie. What? Did this little motherfucker? Look at these mofos unfreezing themselves. Who asked you? Go back to being frozen. Yes, Kazuha's Q is flashbang. I never know where I'm going. I get so turned around immediately. Yeah, my brain is sweating straight out of my skull. It's just pouring out of my ear holes. What the heck? This HP defense meta is not it, Hoyoverse. Let me just tell you now. I swear, yesterday I got an artifact that was HP percent, flat HP, defense percent, and flat defense as well. And I was just like, well, fuck. Thanks, Binby. Fucking Binby. I'm gonna go cry now, but actually I'm gonna go play a game that brings me joy instead, so... That's the plan. Yeah, I think we're done with Genshin for now. Did I already claimed everything. I don't know... No, the rest of the stuff I'll probably do on the weekend. It's only Thursday today as well. Yeah. I think we're done with Genshin. We gotta do a big old switcheroo to Coral Island. Gonna level that plume to make you feel better. I hope your rolls go good. You still get better artifacts than me. Do you want my defense HP meta artifacts? Because I'll gladly just throw them in the bin and send them your way. I can't deal with this shit. And I almost stopped playing Genshin because I got annoyed like months ago. Farming Heart of Depth sets. that was bad times. That was dark times. And then I was like, wait, I can do characters' talents instead. I can level other characters. I can level more weapons, like for different people to use. So like, there's an update for Coral Island. I hope it doesn't break the game. Flat defense, fort stat, as naturally defense. This is the defense meta, you know. Gotta beef up your defense. You'll take a nice geo damage goblet. No. My Etor's got good stuff. You can't take You can't take my geo things. How you doing, Smurf? Happy Thursday. Oh, you're just reminding me that we're 1 day away from the weekend, a whole day away, and then some. How's your day going, Smurf? I'm trying to think. What am I actually doing this weekend? I know on Saturday, things have been super messed up for my time schedule. Like, between load shedding and, trying to coordinate with other people. I'm just waiting for my game to update. Like, trying to organize plans has been a bit confusing. But this weekend, there's going to be a BTS concert, and I'll be watching that live. Well, the live stream. On the Saturday. We'll have it on... I'll be streaming it on my Discord. So if anybody does want to watch that with us. We won't be doing voice chat, but there'll be like a text chat. So if you guys want to text in the chat box, you could do that. Just so that y'all don't hear like chickens squawking if I accidentally sing along to any of the songs. This game has been sitting like updating, but like the bar is full for like a minute now. I don't know what it's doing, but it's okay. Yeah, so that's something I'm doing. But I won't be home when I do it as well. 2 rolls into crit rate. Oh, and 2 into flat defense. I'm crying for you, friend. What is this? Oh, it's still updating. Oh my god, why does it say 4 hours remaining? Oh no, that's terrible. Ah, you're bored? You're trying to get some streams in? Oh, Smurf, sorry. Sorry to hear that. You don't have anything to keep you busy, Smurf? Hi, Primester. How are you doing? That is probably a pro singer. Oh, absolutely not, Vivian. Absolutely not. I can't sing. It sounds really bad. I'm sad because I love singing, but I can't. For the sake of other people's ability to hear. I cannot. I should not. I must not. You're downloading everyone's missing... I'm downloading the missing items. Yeah, I'm just siphoning. That's actually what happened, Jargon. Somehow, I'm so smart that I managed to siphon everyone's things. That sounds like something I could do, yeah? I'm definitely smart enough to do that. Person who can't do time math. I can definitely figure out how to steal stuff from other people's chests. That sounds about right, yeah. It adds up. You know, I'm good at math because that adds up. You have work, but you're a bad you're a bad employee. Oh, and you're not enjoying it. Oh shit. Yeah, I had a job years ago now, thank God. But when I was younger, I worked at a cafe, and I was the baker. And the people that I worked with were annoying, to say the least, because they would like half-ass things. And you know, like when you share a workspace with someone else, and you start your shift, and you have to go and fix all the things that the other person fucked up, like... It honestly just ruins your mood. It makes it very difficult to work. But also, it was like, was it a 12-hour shift or something? I think it was a 12-hour shift. So we worked 3 days on, 3 days off. But let me tell you, that was not enough. Holy it was so bad. It was so bad. Thank you for the head pats, Vivian. Thank you. Yeah. Working in a kitchen, it's not the vibe. My god. Like I said, sharing a workspace with someone else, so bad. But I did have some colleagues who I fucking loved. I still keep in contact with them. But oh, I just realized I didn't make any social media posts. Let me quickly go throw something on Twitter while I'm waiting for this stinky game to load. Oh my goodness, I don't know what it's doing. Oh, it's patching now? Okay, cool. Well, this is fine. Shall we just stare at Tinari being cute? Because that's something we can do. Instead of sitting here waiting forever. Only sing when being sick makes my voice 4 octaves lower. Aren't you currently sick, Joggin? Hmm? You're sick-ish? So you're not sick enough to sing then? I sing all the time. I really shouldn't, but I do. You know, every morning when you shower and you have like a live concert. Yeah, my poor shampoo bottles. Absolutely traumatized at this point. Tell me that that Tai Tai doesn't have the cutest ears. My god. Month-end reports. Oh my goodness. And the person who reviews them didn't. Oh, lovely. It's oh, they pushed their work onto you. That irritates me. You have to run around so they don't get in shit. No, you should. Well, I want to say you should have just left them. I guess it depends on your work relationship. Like, I would help the people who I know would help me back. Like, I know it's like a mutual thing and not like a, oh, I can just get this person to do all my work because they're being nice. So, like, I knew which people, like, were decent like that, and I knew which people were, like, would throw you under the bus the second they had the opportunity. What's this Twitter thing? I mean, if you don't use Twitter, then it's okay. But I just make I make posts just on the socials because I have like maybe I checked recently. I had like a few views from Twitter, but I also had like 1% from Instagram, and I was like, no way, people click on that shit. I was very surprised. An opossum page on Instagram just followed me. Pardon me while I go scream. A possum style, you know? Oh yeah, wait, I can't see the game. Is it done yet? No, it's not. It's 84%. It's almost done. Doing good. You fell asleep for a second. Oh no, Prime Minister. I hope you're not at work. You just taken a power nap. I know that in China they actually have that where like people can they can take a nap. Like they even have like a designated like I don't want to say like nap room, but they have like a place where they can just like go grab some Z's quickly. Which I think is nice. I think a lot of them work too hard. So I think it's nice for them. 20% crit damage flower? Wait, who's that for, Joggin? God damn. Oh, Lord. Man, it's... As much as I want to farm artifacts, it just feels so depressing sometimes. Because, like, even if you get good stats, you can still get bad rolls. The green set, you don't remember which is which for who. I know for me, on my main DPS, I want the gilded set. And then on the sub DPS, I want the Deepwood Memories. Because they have stronger application, the Dendro application, it's better. So when their things hit opponents, their resistance is decreased by 30%, which is why you want a character who can do like multiple applications or AoE. That's why, actually, that's why I want to build Lumine for the first time ever. because her what is it? This one. This has got crazy range. I think you saw on that picture. Like it's got crazy range. So she's gonna be really good as a Dendro support. I still need to build her up, of course, but I so far haven't got any decent artifacts. I do actually need to, now that I think about it. How's this update going? It's still updating. I'm gonna go cry. Be right back. I say that a lot. Maybe that's why I'm dehydrated. I just cry a lot. You guys can't see it, but I'm crying right now. You don't work for now? Ah. That's kind of nice, kind of a blessing, because I can't imagine working through this heat. Like, my job is fairly easy. I mostly just have to use my brain. But, yeah, fuck. Doing any kind of job during this heat is fucking unbearable. What did I just said I was gonna do something. Oh. Strong boxes. Where is my brain cell? Jargon, do you have it? Hi, Nabil! You know what? I'm actually doing really well today, Nabil. I don't want to jinx myself and say my cough is gone, but it's definitely a lot less than it has been. Let's put it like that. You're holding the brain cell captive? God damn it, Mao. You gotta share it. That's the whole point of this. Mao took a cleaver and hacked it in two, and we each have a half. Oh no. Wait, what's Mao got then? Oh wait, you and Mao have got half each, and then you've just stranded me here without a brain cell. Unbelievable. The audacity. Strongbox. Strongbox. There we go. I got there eventually. Let's see. God, I have so many artifacts. Do I start munching some of the glad stuff? Because, like...
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, noob. That is a terrifying emote. What the... Good gravies. What is that? Holy shit. That's terrifying. I'm not sleeping tonight, man. That's all I'm gonna see when I close my eyes tonight. Oh my god. Okay. Wow, garbage. It's a bunny. Are you sure? Okay, that is way cuter than the previous one, because bunnies should not have teeth like that. Unless it's related to what's that rabbit in the Monty Python thing? That little white rabbit. There's a rabbit like that in Guild Wars 2. That will absolutely fuck your shit up. It's in like a, I want to say like a dungeon. Oh, that could be tasty. It's like in a dungeon type thing. And it's like the highest level. It's like level 80 or level 90 or some ridiculous shit. But it's really funny because it's like this cute little bunny that will absolutely wreck you. Yeah. But I'm doing good, noob. How are you? Your creepy little bunny. No. Whoa! Okay, this isn't terrible. If I use Glads on Ayator, this would be the one that I use on him. Actually, thinking about it now, I don't actually know what set I have on Ayato anymore. I feel like it's been a while since I even looked. Oops. Whoopsie. I'm gonna hold on to that for now. Just in cases. Because any piece could be an off piece, yeah. Defense! Oh, God. That's why bunnies are the best. They're cute, but will fuck your shit up. You know what? It's true, because they will actually fuck your shit up. Bunnies are a little bit scary. They They have a habit of pooping on me. I don't know what I've done to offend the bunny gods, but like when I was a kid and we'd go to like HP, I get so excited looking at the substats and then I look up and I'm like, never fucking mind. When we used to go to there was a farm near my house. What was it called? It was like Homely Farm or some shit. It was fucking cute. In any case, every time we went there, the bunnies would always poop on me. I was always so upset. I took it personally, you know. Because it never happened to my older sister, but they always pooped on me. And I was just like, what did I do? All I wanted to do was give you ear rubs. Gentle ear rubs. Because that's all the adults would say to you. When you were in the, like, bunny pen, they were like, be gentle. Don't shout. Don't run. Just gently walk up to a bunny. I'd sometimes have someone just plop a bunny on my lap. Please, Jeebus. Orange Jeebus. Waiting for work to end? Oh, yeah. Ah! I want to die. Why defense? You know what they need to do? They need to give us a system where, like in Diablo, when you got shitty stats, you could change a stat. What is this defense HP meta? Hoyoverse, please. Fix your shit. Oh! Okay, that's good. This is not good. I want to die. Well and truly. I'm over this shit. For fuck's sake. This had potential, but it's okay. I don't know that many people who have had luck with this artifact set. It's all kinds of terrible. Holy sh... Oh, defense, HP. Okay, it's attack, but it's not much better. Goddamn. Hi, Elkin. How are you? Guys, look, this... It just makes me want to cry, okay? And I've done this recycling bullshit a lot. Is the game... The game is ready! Okay. I'm gonna stop making myself want to cry by not doing that anymore. Because I want to do a big ol' switcheroo to Coral Island. Fuck yeah. Also, apologies to anybody who thinks I have real rain right now. It's fake. My rain is always fake. Noob, no! Oh my god. Listen, if I was farming for Ayator, that would be amazing. Maybe now is the time to farm for Ayator. Maybe now is the time to farm for... Not Ayator, for Ito. Because all that defense, you know? Words are hard. I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Elkin. I believe I'll be seeing you soon with Mooba. If I can make it, Elkin. If I can make it. I'll have to see. Because it's a bit far for me to go. Thank you, Juggin. Thank you. You reign supreme? Over what? Who reigns supreme? Not me. The rain from my eyes? Yeah, the only rain that we have currently is the rain from my eyes. Getting bad loots. How you doing, Chris? CJ? CJ89. Mr. locked himself out of his house because he didn't want to meet me. Pretended he was locked outside of his house so he didn't have to come meet me. That's gonna be your full name now. Chris didn't want to meet Tato James 89. You gonna hold thumbs? Oh, thank you, Alkin. But yeah, I'll have to see because yeah, it's a bit far for me. And I think my ride is occupied on that day. All right, let's see. Do I still have my... I was laying in bed last night thinking like, did I pick up all of my loot? Did I empty my chests? We're safe. We're safe. I wonder, I need to maybe keep an eye on Steam and see when they actually fix it. Whoa, why am I laggy? That's weird. Is it VC Face that's laggy or is it OBS? Oh, it looks like VC Face is lagging. That's weird. Oh. I'll check after this dialogue. What's up? As you mine, you'll come across ores. What good does that do me, you might be thinking? You can turn ores into bars! No ways! With enough bars, our shop can upgrade your tools. Work smarter, not harder, as I like to say. For a fee, of course. Hehe. Hehehe. That's what Pablo's laugh sounds like. Is hehehe. To make bars, you'll need a furnace, which you can now craft, courtesy of this blueprint. Wow, thanks! You need 5 of the same to make 1 bar. That makes sense. And you'll need charcoal. This is very familiar sounding information. It's definitely VC Face. Yeah. I don't know why it's being a butthole. Okay, hold on. Let me just reset the butthole and see what it's doing. Can't imagine what it's struggling with exactly. High CPU usage? Nah, it's not. Because I have my my stats up like all the time, so I would be able to see if it was high CPU usage. It's fine now. I just reopened the app. I don't know what it's doing with itself, but it's okay. I don't like meeting people from the internet, but I thought Comic-Con wouldn't be me going to meet people. It would be like meeting anyone else randomly. But the universe knew. Never meet your hero. I ain't your hero. What are you talking about, Chris? I'm not a hero. I ain't nobody's hero. Think of it in a positive light. You're not lagging. You're just moving in slow-mo. Is that positive? Is that a good thing? Moving in slow-mo? I guess it could be. Let's see. Let's see. Yep, we're good. But I wasn't there. Okay, so Chris, you'll come to the next Comic-Con then, because that's when Jargon visits us. Alright, yeah, it seems like everything's fine now. Alright, so... I said we were gonna do a bit of rearranging of the farm, just like fixing things up, maybe planning things out a little bit. Not gonna lie, these scarecrows make it a little bit difficult, because these things have a very short or small radius. And same with the scarecrow. There's like a bit of a weird overlap. I guess it's mostly about the convenience. That would be why I would do it. Can't wait for the next Comic-Con. Fuck yeah. Apparently the next one's in Cape Town. But it's in Cape Town before I moved to Cape Town. So now I'm just like, what the heck? Oh. Not the one in Cape Town. I can't go to Cape Town just to buy Pokemon cards. Is that what you'd be doing there? You just go to Comic-Con to buy Pokemon cards? I don't know how many of these. Honestly, these would just be like for the looks more so than anything else. Because it's obviously it's not necessary. Actually, I'm not too sure. Oh, how many of these did I make? Apparently I made buttloads. How does this work? How did I mean, I know I'm not smart, but damn. There we go. Hi, Amy! This game looks so comfy and wholesome. It is, Amy. Oh my goodness, I love it. Oh, I can leave it open? Oh, that's cute. Oh, it only opens in one direction? Okay, that's fine, I guess. It's definitely got that, like, Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley vibes. The next is in Johannesburg? Oh, wait, the next in Johannesburg. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, how are you doing today, Amy? Alright, I'm trying to think what I want to do. I think I'm not going to get too many of these sprinklers, honestly. Simply because, oh, I can harvest that? So what? Mao, you still here? Perfect. Mao, I don't know if you heard me earlier. I said that I'll help you with domains, later. In the beginning of the load sheddings. Yeah, I don't know how much more planting I want to do this season, so I think I'll just do like so. This is fine. I don't know why sprinklers in these games are so intrusive. This would never fly IRL. Right, it's like a waste of space, you know? Why can't I just have like a sprinkler that's above? But like, yeah, there's gonna be like an overlap from the sprinklers and the scarecrows. I know that there's very likely going to be better sprinklers as well. So like, that's not entirely helpful. What I just did there, but yeah, I think this is about fine. Because yeah, the overlaps don't work. Sprinkle crows, that would be great. Suddenly have a hectic day after having a pretty chill day. Oh no. And it's like close to the end of the day as well. So to suddenly have it be busy at the end is awful. I'm doing good. I'm actually feeling so much better today. We just play when there is no load shedding. Load shedding. We could do that as well, Mal. But like, I don't mind helping. You know I don't mind. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to build more sprinklers for now. I don't know if all of those will grow, so I'll just hang on to them for now. Husbay's water cooling... What? So we had to hotfoot it to the other side of town to try and find a replacement? Holy shit. Well, that sucks. Always down to help, especially on Thursdays? Wait, why especially on Thursdays, Jargon? Need to lurk? No worries, Smurf. Go, I wouldn't say go get some work done, but done? Words? Best of luck, Smurf. brain and no work. I don't know. Oh. I wish you could like make it, like craft them as you go kind of thing. Oh, this log is also harshing my mellow. I'm gonna need to upgrade my sheet probably. This is unnecessary. I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't need to be doing this, but I am doing it anyway. I made this way too long. What am I doing? I just want it to look cute, you know? There's so many things to do in this game though, like there's the usual of like the farm and the mining. But now there's also the diving stuff. Fishing and catching bugs. Oh, there's so many things. Deep work Thursdays. They're not allowed to give me meetings. Ah. You need the luck. Sorry, Smurf. Oh, man. Luckily, no damage to other components that we know of. The whole thing just made a bang and stopped working. Oh my god. That must have been fucking... I would have shat myself. Like proper pooped my pants. I don't deal well with loud noises, even though I'm a loud noise generator. I don't deal well with loud noises. I would not cope. For me, it turns into fuck off Thursdays and I play Genshin most of the day. Hi, Cupcake. Isn't it a bit early for you? Also, hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? I'm doing good. Yes, it is a bit early because I have load shedding. Why did I come here? This is not where I wanted to go. I have load shedding at 8 o'clock tonight. So I was like, let me do early stream. That way I can actually stream for more than 2 hours. I hate doing short streams because I always just feel like so invested in what I'm doing. So Ray's making dinner.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Peace Squiddies. How you doing? But yeah, I wanna have like a decent length stream. It sucks to only stream like a couple hours, like 2 hours. What? Runs straight into wall. Wonder if I should put a gate in somewhere. Don't know how I feel about this layout yet, but it's fine. This is not the end game. This is not like it doesn't need to be perfect, you know. I need to make peace with that fact. I'm doing good, peace squids. Whenever people ask me how I'm doing, I always think back. I don't know if you guys remember seeing that other person who got so angry at their viewers for asking how they were. And I was just like, what are they supposed to ask? Why can't you just like start a conversation? Yeah, she got like super angry about it. She's like, stop asking me how I'm doing. I've answered that question like 20 times. And I'm just like, what's your point, lady? They weren't there before. But like she made like a whole Twitter rant about it as well. I found it funny. I don't know if other people did. But it was definitely funny to me. And then there was like a whole bunch of people were memeing on her. Because she got mad about something like so small. And it's like, it's just a nice way to like chat to someone. Also, maybe the person's just interested in knowing how your day was. Like, fuck. Just it was such a weird thing, honestly. I've been trying to level up in Genshin. My new butt has a long way to go. Ah, if you guys want to add me, I know Jargon mentioned as well, but there's my stuff. Also, P-Squids, this is a new game. It's in early access still, so there's some oopsie doopsies every now and then. But yeah, it's really fun and it's really cute as well. Also, wait a second. Something ain't right. Nope. Okay. I realized like Tato was like looking off into the distance. Looking all weird and shit. I should still have friends to add people. Friend spaces, like slots or whatever. Noob! You and your creepy bunny. Oh, there's a little bulbul sitting outside my window. Hi, buddy. Oh, I don't know what he wants, but that was kind of cute. We have a IUD channel in the Discord to share IDs as well. Lots of peeps. Yeah, exactly. So there's lots of people there that can help out. So if you guys need help. Words are hard. I don't remember what I was saying. But yes, we're happy to help. We're happy to help. If there's a boss you can't kill, or if there's a domain that's just very difficult and it takes you a long time, we'll come do the big slapper. I can definitely help on EU, but my NA account is scuffed as hell. It's your ex-husbando? Wait, do I wanna know why ex? What happened? What happened here? I think I'm gonna replant some trees instead of next to the farm. Okay, I'm gonna plant it south. Yeah. But like I said, this is all like temporary stuff. I haven't quite decided. I don't know what kind of layout I need with this game. You're dying for reasons to flex your NA account as well, in case anyone is there. He didn't want to fight for me, so another took me. He's your daughter now? Wait, what? This is I already said I'm not good at math. The math is not adding up here. I feel like we're missing something. Oh, you Targaryens. Oh my goodness. I haven't watched the... What is it called? Oh, I don't even actually know what the show's called. I just keep seeing memes of it on Twitter. But I haven't seen it yet. No spoilers? Oh, I've been seeing stuff on Twitter. I don't know exactly what happens, but yeah. His daughter? Oh my goodness. You're her wifey. And oh, House of Dragons. There we go. It's like your crush, your dad, her uncle. It's all the same person. Oh, man. Alright. How do I want to build this? 1, 2... I like having a bit of space between the trees. But this tree... Uh-oh! Maybe I won't. Not today, fool! Actually, do I have just one snacky snack? It's just messed up family tree. There's math that doesn't make sense behind it. Okay. But there is math! Ah! Yoda! chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Chicken macaroni, chilling with the homies. Hello, homies. Ah, Liliana Fox, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Oh, you're playing Cookie Run. Yoda! What did you get? Did you get any boys? I got sugar. I forgot to post it in the Discord, but I got sugar cookie. Oh, my phone's dead. I forgot. I was trying to make my Instagram post earlier, and I don't even remember now if I made the Twitter post, so that's great. But, yeah, you got sugar twice. Oh my... Yoda, can you stop with your duplicates, please? So, enough is enough. My phone battery... No, listen, Jargon, the problem is, because, you know, BlueStacks is not working properly, like, for most of today, I was playing on my phone. So that's the problem. Because BlueStacks is broken... It's because of BlueStacks. It's Mickey Mouse all over again. Oh no, Sugar is Mickey Mouse. Oh no. Poor Sugar Cookie. Let me just quickly make that that's not Twitter, that Instagram post, because yeah. It's so funny. I was busy like typing out the URL and that's when it like shut off and I was just like, well, fuck. So yeah. Oh man, what a numpty. Just throw me in the bin. It's where I belong. Straight into the garbage. Coral Island. But did you have a good stream? And also welcome raiders. For those of you who don't know me, my name is technically VTato. I'm a part-time VTuber. I've been recovering from sickness. So that's why I've been doing the VTuber thing a lot lately. But I'm starting to feel better, so maybe you'll get to see my peepo face at some point. I do play a lot of Genshin Impact. It is my main slice. Yeah, I like to play all kinds of things. This is a game that came out 2 days ago. Very, very new. It's early access. If you're from South Africa, it's really cheap. It was like 220 Rand, I think. And it's basically Animal Crossing and Stardew Valley and 3D had a love child. And they've added stuff, lots of stuff. So it's really, really fun so far. There's bugs, you know, it happens. But so far it's been really enjoyable. It's really cute. I just love it. I got big love for this game, and I've only known it 2 days. Let's see. Is the bin what we call our hearts? Oh, is it? Is it? Is the bridge still there? Are you done with Genshin streams for a while? Is your phone still being a bit of a butthole, Yoda? Oh wait, I was supposed to go to bed, right? Because like my NRG is low. Yeah. That's fine. I'll go do these now. I don't want to risk it, man. I was like, no, it's fine. I can just leave this stuff overnight. But like, fuck. I don't want to risk it. I don't know how long they'll take. I mean, there was a patch. There was a fix. So surely they'd fix the thing. But I'm scared to do it all the same. I don't know. Oh, I can fit everything? Nice. You see, this is why I grinded all that money. It's getting late. Don't I know it? Damn. Get off my case. This game. Oh, the bug? I have no idea, Yoda. I don't want to go test it. I am not going to go test it. Your phone is a butthole since you dropped it? Oh my goodness. Is it like a black hole? Wait, that sounded weird. Pretend I didn't say that. But they also drain you. You have no energy. Oh, for Genshin? Can I keep my pot forever? The 1 month is... You think it's better than all the other ones? Well, listen, Cupcake, if you get to... what is it? Is it... I think Jargon's... Has Jargon got it? Yeah. If you look at Jargon's one, instead of having little sparkles come out of it, it's got little hearts coming out. So that's what is that? 18 months? Yeah, so a year and a half. So you gotta be here for a year and a half. And then you can have a pot with little hearts coming out of it instead. Clip it! Dante, what the heck, man? What the heck? How could you? Be on density. Oh, I have a lot of sap, apparently. I'm kind of curious. I want to see... Did they have, like, patch notes on Steam? Let me go have a quick look. I just want to see... Where would I even find it? Okay, there's a hot fix. Is there, like, info in it? Chinese dialogue swapped with French? Oh, shit! Imagine! Let's see. We did a rollback due to a few critical issues. Oh, the issues are now fixed. Here's a change list. Fix crash when going to pause menu and return to title directly after cutscene. Place explosive. Fix crash by pressing middle click during cutscene. Oh goodness. Okay, may crash when letting animals out of coop. How do people already have coops and barns? These people not sleeping? Fixing Balap Karang crash. I don't know what that means. Crash during swimming minigame. Crash when opening mail. Okay. Honey prices adjusted. Beehives crafting requirements increased. Damn! I should have built beehives yesterday then. Fuck. For Chinese people not knowing what's going on, right? They just get like random French. I don't know. Was it because they did a rollback that the... Oh wait, yeah. Rolling back version to prevent these issues, items in chest disappearing. That was yesterday, so maybe it's fine now? What do you guys think? Do you think they would have... Do you think it would be fixed by now? Is it safe to just leave my shit laying around? Just mildly concerned. I read that wrong. I thought you said you like pots. Well, you know, that's what I thought. That's what I thought Cupcake meant, Yoda. I'm not gonna lie. Part of me thinks that is exactly what Cupcake means. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong, but I thought that was what Cupcake meant. I think we'll just continue clearing out some bits of the farm for now. So that when summer... Is it spring? Then summer, yeah. Oh, this tree's already started growing. It wasted no time. It was like, yes, let's go! It's growing time! It's time to grow! Very enthusiastic tree, obviously. Yeah, when the summer starts, I'll... maybe have... Like, maybe I'll be able to clear this out and build more, like, garden plots as well. But I really hope I can get more sprinklers, because I don't know if I could manage watering more things. How do I cut this down without it going outside? I'm gonna go rest and maybe cry. Cry! Yoda, please don't cry! If you're crying about sugar, don't cry, because duplicates actually are a good thing. Because you can level them up. Like, you can, like, get, like, I don't know what it's called. You know, like the stars. But yes, I hope you feel better soon, Yoda. I like pots and I like the pot badge and wanted to say a pot. Can you can't actually choose, can you? Like, you can't be like, oh, I want it to be like this. I've never looked. Because I'm normally like too excited to see what the next one is. Are these just weeds? I think so. Mashed potato. Yeah, they should let you choose one. Like legacy sub badge in a way, kind of. Be like, look, this was the first one. If you mouse over, it can still show like the actual date, but or like the actual like sub age, but like let people pick, man. Oops. I kind of miss my possum ones. Like, I thought about it the other day and I was like, wait, I didn't always have these little Bulbasaurs. I actually only got them really recently. And then I was thinking about my possum ones and I was a little bit sad. But they were just like really plain ones that I designed myself. And then I drew, and then I got a friend to like make it digital for me because I have no drawing tablet or anything. And she made them so cute. Damn, it's just so much stuff everywhere. It'll be better, obviously, after a little while, once I've cleared everything out, but... It puts in brackets which badge it is anyway. Oh, it does. Yeah, they should let you pick. Twitch is putting in a lot of other things, like well, some things like quality of life type things, but other things not so much. Is that it? That's a big boy, yeah? Yeah. Maybe that's another thing to do. Go mining to upgrade my tools. Because like a good thing to do, at least in Stardew Valley, is like in the winter you do lots of mining and you go upgrade your tools for your farm, and then when you get to the farming part, you have like really good tools, you know, for the first spring. What happens if I redeem the big redeem again? I don't know. Should something happen? Do you think something should happen? Should I make something happen? Let's see. An idiot sandwich! It's me! I'm the idiot sandwich. Look at me, I'm the idiot sandwich now. Probably not, so I don't hoard again. Yeah. What does this do? It turns me to an idiot sandwich. Let's see. So this will be like exploring, this will be on the farm, and this will be mining. Yeah. I thought it was because you were a stack, but that works too. No, I'm just a dummy. I'm a big old dummy. Alright, so... I'm out of energy. Is there like a nap mechanic kind of thing? I don't think so. No. When B2 Potato does a dumb, we'll make you into a sandwich. Yes. The idiot sandwich. It's like, it's from, what's that guy's name? That mad dude. Gordon Ramsay. Calls people an idiot sandwich when they do stupid shit. I Oh, I can, but it opens in the same direction. Alright. Maybe I could go get some nips. Maybe if I'm quick, I can go get some nips. I'm gonna have to learn how many seeds I can do, like, per plot and stuff. That's gonna be a thing to learn, I guess. There's a ladybug! Yay! Uh-oh. Oh, sorry, it's a lady beetle. My mistake. Hey, Moombas! I'm good. I'm good. I hope you're doing well, Moombas. Ah! And the head oh. Closed on Wednesdays. This guy is a fuck. Never mind. Never mind to buying seeds. Because I think it may end like on the 28th, but we'll see. Potato salad sandwich is the best. Elkin? Are you putting carbs on carbs? That's an interesting combination. But it's Thursday? I mean, yes, but in the game it's Wednesday. It's live, it is? Okay, I've never tried it. So I can't knock it, but it is interesting all the same, I guess. Okay, I think I'm gonna, since I don't think there's a way to regen HP besides eating food, we're gonna sleep for now. Bacon and banana pizza? Okay, bacon and banana pizza is good though. It's our vibe. I'll knock it, I don't like potato. You don't like potato salad? Oh my god. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. How could you? You guys, please, if you are South African and you don't know what a bacon banana pizza is, climb into the bin. Go on. I'm in the bin as well. I love bacon and banana pizzas, but I'm in the bin for an entirely different reason. Thank you for the lucky potato beans. I hope you're doing well. Is it not Friday, my dudes? No, not yet, Bubble. It is especially Thursday. Potato salad is life? It is, well and truly. So is bacon banana pizza. Bacon banana pizza is amazing. Someone wanna buy me a pizza? No, it's somebody wanna buy me a pizza. Please and thank you. Although I think I have salad for dinner tonight. I also have no idea how you've never heard of a bacon and banana pizza. It's so, so good. Alright, what was I doing? I think I can go to the museum. That sounded like Stardew Valley music. You didn't like them as a kid? Nothing has changed with bacon banana pizza? Oh my goodness. I'm wounded. Well and truly wounded. How dare. How very dare, in fact. It's so good. We all want pizza now. I think I may have overdone it with the pizzas, because like I asked Ray for pizza the other day and he just looked at me like with like death in his eyes. Like, no, he does not want to eat pizza again. Don't say damn it to me. Someone else brought up pizza. Who was it? Oh, it was Elkin. Elkin, look what you've done. You've thrown us into absolute chaos. Now everybody wants pizzas. Scooters? Scooters isn't around anymore, is it? You haven't had pizza in weeks? Hey! It's a sign. You need pizza, clearly. You're also hungry? Oh my goodness. The trash is comfy. Yeah, join us. Join us in the trash can. Who? I don't know. I can't see. I can't see who gave you the shouty outy, but thank you. They became dominoes? Wait, really? You it was you, Joggin. Joggin sneaky peepo. The sneakiest of peepos. Moombas, maybe don't... Please don't ask to shout out people. If I want people to be shouted out, it's like people that I know. It's streamers that I know. It's people I want to promote. It's like, because I don't know Elkin, I haven't watched their streams. I don't know their vibes. I don't really want to promote people that I don't know. So just don't ask to shout out people. Sorry. It's all good. Now you know. But yeah, I've just, because it's happened to me in the past where like other people have come into my chat or they self-plug or like I've raided people before that weren't such nice people. So I don't want to promote without knowing who I'm promoting, if that makes sense. Just to make sure that I'm sending my peepers to a good place. Not saying Elkin's a bad place, I'm just saying until I get to know people, I prefer to just wait and see. I moved. I'm not looking for a shout out, but could somebody shout at me? Oh, yeah? I'm doing good, Moof. How are you? We'll shout at you, Moof. We'll shout at you, Moof. Ah! Is that good? I don't know if you wanted me to shout something specific. I love when people's caps, like, when they've got caps lock on but they didn't realize it and they send like a shouty message. I think Mao's actually done that before. I don't think Jargon's actually physically capable of shouting. He speaks so softly just normally. My beach ass is feeling hungry. I'm dreaming of dinner. What? Could say they speak jargon. Shouting is awkward. I don't know, man. I shout all the time because I get like super excited. I think between jargon and I, we have our own jargon. We have our own shit language when we speak to each other. Definitely true. You definitely know. You've done it plenty of times, and it's some wholesome message that I left in caps. Oh no! And now they feel intimidated by your support. They're just like, ah, thank you? Question mark. What is that? Is it just a rock? I can't see. I'm actually very curious about, because it's like slowly getting past dinner time. I actually want to go check. I'm going to be like munching my salad while playing, so you guys will have to pardon me. I'm going to throw you guys on the BRB screen just because, yeah, otherwise you're going to sit here listening to the nothingness. But yeah, let me pop that on and I'll be back now. I wonder if the avatar farts. You mean like Aang? Being a windy boy, I wonder if he can just like control his farts. So you just don't hear the squeak. It's just silent but deadly all the way. Oh, the stream. I'm so sorry, Jinxie. My brain went a completely different direction there. I can't even explain my way out of that, I'm sorry. Heartbender indeed.
This is so cute. Yeah, so if I become a VTuber, maybe this needs to be my little character. Oh my goodness, you have to make another now. So to kill them, yeah, probably.
I'm miserable right now. This is impressive and not in a good way. I agree, but I just got one now, so maybe I should be thankful. Okay, now another one. That's not him. That's also not him. That's especially not him. That is a bow. That is not a dog boy. That is also not a dog boy. This is disappointment. I'm gonna go ugly cry. This is a cat! Ah! Listen, Tango, they never say why the power's out. They're like, oh yeah, there's a fault. I'm like, yeah, it's your fault the power's out. Turn it back on. My god. Okay.
Emax underscore Yoda screamed, my sprinkler goes like this. Comes back lighted.
Okay, I wasn't expecting the second part, so that that one got me. Very nice. I like weapon. No, we don't do weapon banner in this house. Weapon banner is disappointment. So no. I realize now that I pushed a button on my on my stream deck when I put my plate down. I got my food, guys. I posted a picture in the IRL channel. Cause Ray was like, are you gonna show them what I made? And I was like, no, I'm doing VTuber things. And he was like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll go die or something. I guess I'll go fuck myself. He said something like that. So I was like, okay, do you want me to, should I post it on the Discord for people to see? But yeah. I got salad. Also, move! Sorry, I didn't see your message before I got up. How's Coral Iron going? It's actually... This game is stupid fun. If you are here, move. This game is stupid fun. The animations are really cool. Like, well, I guess just the chopping down trees. I really enjoy this. The fishing also seems really cool. And there's like a diving minigame. It's also a lot of fun. What is this damn rain that was forecasted for last week? Exactly. Cupcake, it's awful. I'm mad. This is pretty accurate. We're all just trash cats. Making it through life. Ah! My lettuce is jumping off my plate. This is a cat. What banner was that for? I can't remember now. Was it? Oh, it was Ito's banner, right? Because I wanted Goro. I wanted Goro so bad and I just kept getting Diona. It looks tasty, thank you. It is pretty tasty. I got a dressing recently. That's why there's like little peppers on it. I don't like peppers, but this is like a Mediterranean vinaigrette or some shit. And it's pretty tasty. I can tolerate this. You keep melting more and more. It should be cooling down now, Cupcake.
What's
Hey,
poppin'? Don't mind me just watching.
Thank you, Moobas. I don't know if I can plant another one there. I don't know if that one will grow, but time will tell, I guess. Maybe I'll do the trees here instead. God damn it. Why am I like this? I'm a pain in my own ass. Wait, why is there trees in here now? Or did I plant I think I planted those. Never mind. We're good. I think they were already there. Just like mild panic, like, what's happening? But yeah, Cupcake, it should be cooling down by now. Oh, well, I'm out of energy anyway. Never mind. It's cooler than last week. But anything over 22? What? No ways, Cupcake. 22 is like the lowest temperature I'm comfortable with. If it's 21, I'm wearing a hoodie. I don't give a fuck. It's hoodie time. 21 is cold. You sweat profusely? Is it like a medical thing? Do you know if it's like an actual thing? Because I know some people have issues like that. I recently convinced Ray to get smoked chicken, and he was like, "Okay, I'll try it," because he never liked it before. And then I made him a salad with it, and he was like, "Yes, I love this." So we've been eating a lot of salads lately. No idea. I know it's genetics. My mom and granddad are the same. Ah. Is your family from South Africa? Because like, my dad and all my grandparents are British. But I struggle with the cold weather. I don't know if it's because of my injury or what, but I just can't. I can't deal with the cold, man. I get so irritable. Dad is first generation, mom is fourth or fifth. Ah. That's interesting. That your mom and your granddad are the same then. You get irritable? Okay, to be fair, I get irritable with the heat as well. But maybe I should stagger them. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stagger them. Just by one. I think I did that in Stardew as well. just so I can see them nicely. Ah! Shanties. You're just irritable? Oh my god. Like all year. Just all year round, I'm irritable. I'm a crabby bitch. Is that what you're saying, Dragon? Okay, I don't need maple, but I do need these bad boys. Oh my god, Cupcake! Cupcake! You're in the bin. You're in the bin, sir. I can't believe you just said that. I cannot believe you just said that. Can I explain to you? Can I explain to you what's wrong with your reasoning there? Can I for a moment explain? You can't say that. Do you know why? Don't worry, don't worry. I'll explain now. I'm just trying to swallow this piece of chicken before I accidentally breathe it instead of swallowing it, you know. Old people, we have to be careful. The other day I was choking on my own spit, so... Anyway. Nat applies her anecdotal evidence and gets mad about it. No, so the reason why I get mad about it, because people always say this to me and I'm like, it's not how it works, okay? So, I have really bad circulation or something. I don't know, my body's messed up. But putting on more clothing does not help, Cupcake. In winter, my feet get cold, like ice cold, like so cold that it hurts. And people are like, just wear more clothing. So do you know what I do? I put on socks. Doesn't help. I then wear fluffy slippers. And you know what happens? My feet get hot and sweat. And you know what the problem is with sweating when it's cold? Is that you get more cold. So I have to choose the degree of coldness I want to be. I didn't need to cut that tree down. Damn it. I have to choose. I have to pick my poison for what flavor of cold I'm going to be that day. Because putting on layers does not help. At least for my feet. It just makes things worse. And I don't understand it. I need someone to make it make sense because it just doesn't. It's literally the worst. Like, yeah, that's why I get mad at people when they're like, oh, just put more layers on. I'm like, you put more layers on. God damn. I cannot put more layers on. It just somehow makes me colder. There's nothing worse than cold feet. There's no evil in this land worse than cold feet. Oh, you're getting pizza? Oh my god. Save some for us. We need pizza too. Get bacon banana for those of us who can't. Jargon, weren't you supposed to make your own bacon banana? What happened to that? Are you still gonna? You just need the ingredients. In fact, you don't even need to make it a pizza. Just make it a toasted sandwich. Then it's easy. Make a toasted sandwich. Because those are the bomb as well. Email me some pizza. I don't know how good that's gonna taste. Just paper and ink pizza. It's a new trend. You got a bacon and banana milkshake? Okay, that sounds kind of weird. Just because of the inclusion of the milk. Like... That said, I'm not very keen on milkshakes anyway, so maybe that's part of the issue. It's a me problem though, obviously. It was banana flavored milkshake. Yeah, I know, but it's still like milky. Bubble, what the fuck? I don't even know if I want an answer. Never mind, Bubble. I don't want to know. You and Jargon can have that conversation elsewhere. It's a good. In what way, Bubble? In what way is that good? I'm asking for a friend. In what way is that good? Because everything about that just screams terrible to me. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Maybe I've already lost my mind. All distinct possibilities. What else would I need to do? Man, all of these things need energy. Oh, maybe not this. Craft a furnace. Oh, I can craft a furnace. I was like, don't I need ore for that? I have ore. Does this make preserves or does it just keep it? You can't think of anything except the obvious? What's the obvious though? What's the obvious, Jargon? Because I don't think I understand. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's why I'm here. What? It's obvious? I mean, it's clearly not if I don't know what it is. Am I just dumb? Don't answer that. Not even Bubbles interrogating you. Oh no. Just Vitato's face making weird expressions because I'm eating. Where is the temple though? Is it this one? Let's go have a look. Don't y'all play dumb. Jargon, you know I'm not playing dumb. I just am. It's not an act. It's not an act at all. You know this. I'm not acting. Did that bug just straight up disappear? Cool. What do you mean no? I don't know what you're talking about, sir. It won't fudge. Is this not the temple? The lake temple. Oh shit, my energy. Thank you. Ray made me coffee. I'm so confused. Oh wait, it's this. Oh my fucking god. What is this? Have I even been here? Holy shit. How did you get there? Guys, I'm an idiot. Megami! Hello, hello, hello! doing? How's the planning for the debut going? I'm still checking your account to see. Oh, mushroom. All right, hold on. I know I've missed messages. Premium trash coming in hot. I was referring to Nilo's specialty dish, soft melt in your mouth pudding. Really? Is it? Can't believe you would imply something different. I didn't imply nothing because I have no idea. I'm only, like Jargon said, we're only medium nerds. Welcome back, Yoda. How are you feeling? You cried? No! The depressor just hit. Aww. You feeling better now? Yoda, next time I see you, I'm gonna give you a big squish. A big ol' hug. I screamed. I swear I screamed every day that I saw Yoda. The excitement was real. But we love you, Yoda. You're not alone. If you need to chat. Even if you don't... You see, one of the problems with, like, talking to people, you always feel like, oh no, maybe it's not like a good reason or whatever. I know a lot of people feel that way sometimes. But no matter what, you can chat to us, Yoda. I know I sometimes feel shit, and I just don't talk to anyone about it, and it just makes me feel more shit. But sometimes just talking about it, even if it's a teeny tiny thing. Even if you don't want to talk about the thing, and you just want memes. You know? Don't let your memes be dreams kind of vibes. We here for you, buddy. But glad to hear that you feel better. I can vouch for the Saturday. Def screamed at him. I mean, it's an appropriate way to greet someone a friend that you're meeting from the internet. The pure excitement of meeting your friends. Yoda, you're going to New York? What? Are you leaving us? Also, Megami! I don't know if I responded to your message earlier. I'm busy eating salad. But I hope you're doing well, cutie. Instagram's a dick. It only shows you tattoos. I mean, Instagram shows you the stuff that you want to see. The stuff that you view. The things that you like. The algorithm knows. So clearly you've just been looking at tattoos anyway, so. For me, I get a combination of BTS cosplay and opossums, mostly. So, yeah. When I met him, I hugged him. Not so much screamed. But it's the usual. It's the usual of screaming at people. It's better than a tattoo that only shows you dicks. Oh my goodness. Dick tattoos, anyone? Wait, can you actually tattoo dicks though? Like on the skin? How much? Oh, wow, how painful would that be? Let's not talk about this, maybe. May or may not be a weird topic of discussion. And I feel like none of you would know the answer for that. Your cousin's wedding? Oh my goodness. What? That's crazy, Yoda. Like, in a cool way. I don't know what I was talking about anymore. It's lost to the abyss. One thing on his arm basically turned into a dick tattoo. What, just over time, like with age, the tattoo just looks like a dick now? I'm kind of curious what that looks like, Cupcake, not gonna lie. What was it before? What was the before and the after? We need comparison pictures. Just because I'm nosy. Literally no other reason. There's more trash. The salad had so much stuff in it. But it was so fucking tasty. I don't know if you could see everything in the picture, but there was 2 different kinds of cheese. Baby corn, cucumber, carrot, lettuce, of course. Sugar snap peas. Chicken. Smoked chicken. Super fun. Oh! Did you guys see that? What? Oh my god, that is amazing. Oh my... That is the best feature in the game. Parkour! Wow! It's a ranch parkour! Goddamn! That is... Oh, holy shit. My brain is like... ascending right now. I'm still like mentally processing what I've just seen. What time is your power going out? It is going out at 8, if I'm not mistaken. I hope. Hehehe. I said to Ray earlier, I was like, yeah, the power's going out at 8. He's like, oh, is it not going off at 6? And I was like, yeah, it's definitely going out at 8. So I'll be streaming until 8. I wish I didn't have a day job so that I could stream from 8 until late. Just so that I could say that. And I wish I had time management skills so I could make like social media posts and be like live in 5. But I have no time management, so I can't. This is better than Sardu, right? You're such a nerd. Wait, who you calling a fucking nerd, mates? I know it's not me. You couldn't possibly be calling me a nerd. You have the worst time, 10 till midnight. So for me, the 8 until 10 kind of sucks because I typically will play games until 10 and then I go to bed. But when the load shedding starts at 8, I can't. So for me, that time sucks. So, yeah. 6 to 8 and 8 to 10 are both ass. Yeah, right, because that's like during my... that's during my, my normal stream time. So, like, you can't be here, Cupcake. No, I'm joking. But if I have load shedding during that time, then I have to, like, rearrange my stream schedule to, like, fit around that. You're also on 8 to 10, Elkin. Do you go to sleep kind of early, Elkin? Because, like, yeah, it sucks. Like, I can't... I don't know if the trees will grow properly with this stuff here. It doesn't need to be here for now, so I'll just remove it. But yeah, those times suck. 8 to 10. Anywhere between 6 and midnight. Like, fuck off. Actually, fuck off. And the problem is, before that as well sucks. Actually, you know what? Just fuck all of the load shedding. Because before that, the 4 to 6... Because I start cooking dinner at 4. Like, I start preparing dinner at 4 o'clock. Because we eat around 5. So, like, doesn't matter what time of the day it is. It fucking sucks. It's so annoying. I watch series and movies or play on my Switch. Ah, okay, that's not too bad then. You have that at least. Can keep yourself busy. Can do something that isn't. It doesn't feel like a waste of time. It's something that you actually want to do, provided you do want to watch series or movies. You can do movie nights again? Oh man, I haven't actually done a movie night in a long time. But Yoda, I don't know how into the BTS stuff you are. We're watching the concert on the Saturday. It's on Weverse, so if you have a Weverse account you can just watch it. But I'll be streaming it, well, hopefully it works. I'll be streaming it on my Discord channel. If you want to watch with the peepos. You need to download stuff off Netflix. Good idea. Yeah, do it now while you got the Wi-Fi's. No one wants to do that stuff on mobile. You're welcome to join Demon Slayer. Ooh. Is there new Demon Slayer? Also, what time? Because I'll be streaming tomorrow. Whoop. The one day I'm on a date. Oh no! But you must enjoy your dates. Try not to think about everyone else watching Demon Slayer without you. Why is this guy not going? What the heck? What? Man, that was so spicy. I wonder will this grow? Time will tell. Tomorrow is Friday or Saturday? Tomorrow is Friday. You're rewatching and finishing Bleach? Ooh! I was actually considering picking up One Piece again. Because I finished... Well, I didn't finish watching, but I ran out of episodes years ago. When it was at about 600. So I have some severe catching up to do. Ah, butts. Will it work? Who knows? Saturday I'm not home either. Oh my goodness, Cupcake! Saturday evening is movie night. Ah, okay. I will have to see. I was actually thinking of streaming on Saturday night as well. But maybe I won't. What Animal Crossing? Lol. What Demon Slayer are you watching, Yoda? My brain is on a different page there. You have a girlfriend now, so life gets busy? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think this is fine for now. Oh wait, I was supposed to go meet the goddess at the lake temple. I forgot that's what I was doing. I got distracted by jumping over the fence. And nothing else mattered after that. Oh, from the beginning. Because Jargon and I watched it not too long ago. Oh, no, not that way. Can start a bit earlier and just binge. That's true. Where the... Oh, I need to go up a bit. Yeah, I like binge watching anime. Because I'm a big spaghetti. It's just it's nice to be able to like follow the story as it's happening. How do I get there? Do I have to go across the water? Can I go here? I can. There's flamingos. Look at these bad boys. Hello, sir? Are you okay? Okay, he's fine. Just his little leggies dangling in the air there. I'm forever alone, so I plan movie nights with friends. I mean, even if you're not forever alone, movie nights with friends is nice. I make jog and watch all of my favorite anime, but I'm really bad at making plans to do it, so our watching is very sporadic. At last we meet. Sorry, it took me ages to find your place, ladies. But I don't have much time. Uh-oh. What? Hello? The altars. They will restore my power. Slowly I will heal the land. Oh. Start by completing an offering. Then I can bestow on you my blessing to travel between shrines. Will aid your Jojo? My Jojo's Bizarre Adventure? Okay. Oh. I see. Okay. Can I put this stuff in so long? No, it needs to be a full stack. Okay. So I just need to bring the rest of these for this one. Oh wait, not all of them. Yes, like. Do not recommend going outside. It's pretty cool by me, actually. The weather's not so bad here. You need to farm tenacity. Which one is tenacity, Jargon? Is that the one that I want to put on Kokomi? Hmm. Outside is always a bad idea. I want to take my plate to the kitchen. But that salad was amazing. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Not me just hollering through the house. Because I forgot to mute my mic. This is fine. It's 28 degrees, it feels like 499. Yeah? I wish I knew about all of this before I sold all the produce. Ah! It's a llama! Chicken macaroni, chili with the homies. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chili with the homies. welcome, welcome. Oh, Genshin. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Llama, llama. Apparently, I call all the llamas llama, llama. So welcome, welcome, llama, llama. Sassy llama. Welcome, welcome, peoples. My name's Nano Tato, variety streamer from South Africa. I play a lot of Genshin Impact, so if you like Genshin, stick around. But today I'm playing Coral Island. It's very cute and chilled vibes, and you can jump over fences in this game, so it's fucking amazing. I love it. But yes, hi Dr. Mayberry, how you doing? And how was your stream, Llama Llama? What were you up to today? And thank you again for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Where's my, That's not what I wanted to press. I pressed the wrong button, but it's okay. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Forgot what I was saying. It's gone. Is this like Harvest Moon? I would say like Stardew Valley, Animal Crossing, if I had to combine games. Definitely those two. With some extra shit in as well. It's really good though. What the heck? For festival use only? Oh, is this where they have the festivals? Interesting. Ah, okay, I must remember that for the next festival then, I guess. Hi, Hinayuki! How are you? Alright, it's definitely sleepy times for me. Like the in-game me, not the me. You witnessed a murder? Oh my goodness, Yoda. Are you okay? Are you safe? Whoa, there's loads of trash here. Whose house is this? It's not a house, it's a recycling thing. I'll have to come clean this up when I have energy. Where am I? Oh. Pepper killed a pigeon? Sorry, Yoda. So this game came out like 2 days ago. It's in early access still. It's really, really fun. Look, I need to show you guys something. Look at this. There's parkour, guys. Parkour! Wow! It's good. It's a good shit, yo. Is it the most important feature of the game? No, but does it spark joy? Absolutely. Absolutely it does. All your dogs murdering things? Yeah, Ray... Ray said the last thing he saw Sky do was just like stare at a bird. Neither of us have seen him go after anything for a long time, but he just stares at them. He like watched a hardy-dar walk into the house the other day. Excellent, excellent guard dog he is. But yeah, Sky used to be a bit of a murderer. If only Harvest Moon had that, right? But yes, so this game, it came out like really recently, and it's yeah, it's really fun. I'm really enjoying it. Damn bird came in the house. It did! Like, the audacity, imagine. A fucking hardy-dar of all things. They're massive. You got an ad? Ah, sorry. The channel does need to have ads on, unfortunately, because I am an affiliate. So ads are gonna happen. But yeah. A hardy-dar in the house, right? It's like those storybooks. I can't remember what they were called. But they had names like that. Like Horse in the House or Horse in the Hospital, that kind of shit. Did anybody else read those books growing up? Or was it just me? Did I have a weird childhood? I don't know if these ones will grow. I don't know if this is like... It should be fine though. There's one space around. Time will tell, I guess. Oh, actually, I should be doing other stuff. Stuff that's gonna earn me money. Because this ain't gonna. Din-dins! Enjoy Yoda. We eat like a whole hour apart. Because I eat dinner at like 5-ish. I have a lot of wood. You're about to crack open your new Fenty foundation. Pray for me that it's not caca. Isn't the Fenty stuff supposed to be really fucking good though, Amy? At least that's what I've heard from other people. What's din-dins? It's dinner. Or supper. It's food. It's dinner time for Yoda. Oh, you're only making now, Yoda? Oh my goodness. I would die of starvation. If Ray only made dinner now, I'd die of starvation. It's supposed to be, but my skin is finicky. Ah, okay. I see then, yeah. I think I'm lucky because my skin doesn't really care too much about anything. But yeah. I also normally eat at 6. We used to eat at 5. My dogs get fed at 6, so we moved it. Ah! Yeah, I feed Sky... Well, I say I, but it's whoever's around at the time. We feed him after us. So whenever we finish eating, that's his dinner time. Whoa, bamboo shoots. I haven't seen one of those before. Curry! Oh my god, Yoda. Hello, when am I getting invited for dinner? I know I already ate dinner, but I'm hungry again. If it's 4 months. Curry mince. Oh my goodness. Please. Please and thank you. We eat at whatever time the delivery guy arrives. I mean, fair enough. D-Max is unhappy. Too much curry. Oh. Sorry, Yoda. I know you said that you get over it if you have it every day. But it's so good, man. You gonna order some curry? Oh, man. Oh, I love curry too. We just don't have it very often. Because my boyfriend's not too much of a fan. Hey! Stinky butterfly. And like I don't want, because I know that he's not gonna eat something healthy if I don't. Bonbon, what you doing here? Woof woof to you too. Bonbon's not very expressive. You heard curry? Yeah. Curry is better than pizza. Don't fight me. I'm not gonna fight you on that. Curry is like, if we're getting takeaways, that's probably like really high. It's either like Chinese. It's Chinese or it's curry. Those are like my options. Those are my choices. Why is there fucking flies everywhere? Gross. Butter chicken D tier? What the heck? Garlic naan. Ooh. Cupcake. You better explain yourself. Why do you say that butter chicken is D tier? You love tonkotsu ramen? Ooh. You know, my current city, I don't really know where to get ramen. But I know I'll be moving to Cape Town next year, and I know that there's like several places. There's like several places where you can get ramen. I don't know about in my current city. If there is anything, then I don't know about it. Oh, wow! So many... What? So many itty bitties. Look at them. Whose house is this? Oh no, is this Jim's house? I think this might be Jim's house. That looks like Jim. Wait, Lily and Theo, they're siblings? And that's their dad? Where's mom? Oh no, have I asked the wrong question? What have I done? Butter chicken is so boring. You like vindaloo more? Spicy with lots of flavor. Butter chicken is too bland. Yeah, maybe you gotta get the spicy one. What's your favorite ramen? I actually don't, I'll be honest, I don't really know. Because the last time I had ramen was... I want to say probably 5 years ago. And I cannot remember. I just remember going to the restaurant. I don't really remember what I had. It's sad, but like I said, we don't really have in my city. Not that I'm aware of. There might be places. But yeah, I haven't had in a very long time. I know that there's a lot of really good... Wait, can you rummage more than once? Oh, no you can't. But how about you, Hinayuki? You said tonkatsu. Tokotsu ramen. It's your favorite. What's in that? What do you like about it? What is this place? Have I been here? Ooh! Oh, is this a house? Is this someone's house? Oh my god. Look at the kitchen! Oh! This is the kitchen I want. Oh my god. Oh, poor... Okay. I want to say I think that's what I had. But I honestly... I wouldn't be able to say for sure. They even got a cellar for booze. Oh my goodness. Whose house is this? Not me being nosy as hell. Luke? I don't remember who Luke is. And I don't know whose room that is. Okay, someone I haven't met yet. Mutton biryani? Oh my goodness. Yoda, feed me. There's a place in Rosebank where you can buy all sorts of ramen. I haven't been, but someone told me about it. I mean, not like... not like making my own. Like, I want to go to a restaurant where they'll prepare, like, proper ramen for me. No, this stinky bus. Oh! Oh, wait, it's not the stinky one. It's the one with the gross name, but it's not the stinky one that keeps flying away from me. I want to go to a restaurant where they'll make it for me. You gotta go. No worries, Hinayuki. Have a lovely day or evening, wherever you are in the world. Take care. We'll see you. It's okay to have preference, even if they're wrong. Of course, you can like whatever you want to like. No judgment. You can be wrong about whatever you want to be wrong about. I don't know whose room that is. This is another room? Oh yeah, this chickie. She did not like me. That's an interesting building. Oh, you're in the UK? Okay, so it's basically the same time for us then, roughly. Can I stop sucking at catching bugs? That would be cool. You want to try proper ramen? Well, Yoda, if you go to Cape Town, there's so many. It's actually crazy how many there are. Like, compared to... Oh, that's a little lizard again. Compared to Johannesburg. Also, when some people say ramen, they mean like those noodle packets that you can buy, and I'm like, no. I mean like actual proper ramen. Like big bowl of everything. They make a tasty broth as well. And all the vegetables and the egg. It's got to be the whole shebang, you know? Got to have all the bits and bobs. Did I just water that? I'm an idiot. I think I'm in love. Could someone hit me on the head to make sure I'm not being dumb? I mean, I don't know if hitting you on the head is the right move, because isn't that going to make you do more dumb shit? If you are already doing dumb shit. You can't afford the Cape Town lifestyle. Oh no, but that's fine. You wouldn't be living there. You just visit. Just a brief hello, goodbye kind of thing. If you have like any friends or family there. Damn it. Oh, there's a monkey there. Oh,
When are we planning our Japan trip together, Mom?
oh shit. That's not a bad question, Noah. I spoke to Ray about it recently, and he's like, "Yeah, we can think about it, but we need to get our shit together for moving to Cape Town first." Oh, I scuffed that, but it's okay. But just thank you for the subby. I was a Prime sub as well. 8 months. Nice. Thank you, thank you. Jargon already hit you? Yeah, maybe now you're gonna do even more questionable things. Noah, what would you want to do in Japan? What kind of activities? What places do you want to go to? I've never looked, but I feel like there's too many things to do, so you have to have like an itinerary and stick to it. Otherwise you might miss things. You want to go back to Japan, Mama? I just want to go for the first time. Where did that worm go? I got blocked by the trees. Oh, hello? What? Why so violent? Why is she abusing the tree? Twitch blocking your messages again? What are you doing? On the real, it's not questionable. My girlfriend is stealing my heart. I have known her for yonks. Just weird being in love again. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute, Cupcake. Onsen with Ray? Oh my goodness. It seems a bit dangerous leaving him alone with you. What? No, that one's gone. Do I have space for these? I do.
Jman_ob screamed Natato is a wonderful talent, awesome streamer who everyone should follow and show love to.
Ah, thank you, J-Man. How are you doing? What did Yoda say earlier? I'm mad at love because I caught the feels for someone and they won't go away. Like, as in the person won't go away, or the... Oh, shit. I need to get home. Or the person won't go away, or the feels won't go away. Uh-oh. I need to get home. Which way's home? Not this way. Uh-oh. You're getting pizza? Shit! Enjoy, enjoy. I need to sleep. Ah! Did I miss anything else? Sorry, like, I super got distracted. And then I missed messages. You want to do all of everything? Temples, food, sightseeing, wacky shops and restaurants? No, you won't even sit on a voice call with me, but you want to go to Japan. You want to go to a foreign country with a foreigner. The feels won't go away. You want them to go away? Bash the feels with a stick? I mean, that's one thing you can do. What is this game? Is it like Stardew? It is. It is. Basically. It is a lot of fun. Hope my stuff is still in the chest. Okay, looks good. I think I can sell all of these though. Let me just let me go swing by the museum and see if I can throw anything in there. My anxiety would never let me in a million years, to be honest, but it's a nice idea. Oh man, I thought you were being serial for a second. I think that would be amazing. But yeah, would you travel though? If you weren't traveling with strangers, would you travel? Hickory horned devil. Looks like the devil, but it's completely harmless. That's me, but like the opposite. I look sweet, but I'm evil. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. JK lol. I wish I could fight the feels away. Oh man. I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to have feelings. Some might even say it's a good thing. No beans? You would love to, but anxiety? Oh man. Yeah. I every now and then think about the move to Cape Town. And I feel a little bit like, whoa, they sell for a lot. Yeah. That's good. I kind of want that panda outfit, not gonna lie. But I don't want to... Oh, it's the first day of summer! Oh my goodness. You see, this is why I shouldn't... actually, hold on. Can I remove... I don't know if I can actually sell any of these at the shop, now that I think about it. I'm gonna leave them there. And then I'm just gonna, like, blast all my funds into seeds for summer. Also, Yoda, if you have too many beans, you can spill them in my direction. Thank you. Motherfuckers forgot my bacon. She even read my order. Oh, man. Wait, but wasn't it a bacon and banana? Oh, is this a cosmos? It is! Oh, they call it a cosmo. But it's a cosmos. This flower grows in South Africa. Oh, this only opens at 9? Okay, well. Let me go talk to my girlfriend so long. She's very cute. Oh, but there's a bug. Hey! Okay, let me not catch the bug then. I can't eat this potato, so wasteful. Should have let it grow. Okay, well, I'm heartbroken now. Fuck. Guess I'll just not give her flowers then. God damn. Leave G-Max alone. He ain't telling you for a reason. Just let him be. I know. You know I'm nosy though, Jargon. You know I'm nosy. She is hard. So she's like one of the... Let me see if I can show you. So these are all the people that I've met so far. Oh, you can't see some of them because of the chat. Hold on. Let me just hide the chat for a second. It's this one. There we go. You're just gonna have to put up with my face covering some of them. What's this? All right, let's get off of Yoda's case there. If he doesn't want to tell us, it's okay. Antonio is a bit of a prick though, Noah. I don't know if that's your vibe, but yeah, he's a bit of a prick. She's also a bit of a prick. I really like the diversity in this game. There's even like anime main character syndrome people in this game, so that's pretty cool. And the bad woman is Karen, and she's got bright blue hair, so that's great. You'll take Mark? Yeah, he's also a bit of a prick. I think you have a thing, Noah. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I think you have a type. So my favorites... my favorites, these three. Okay, my face is covering Zara, but... Yuri, because she's got tattoos and tons of piercings. Theo, I just run into every day somehow. And then Zara, I don't know much about her. Oh, you can actually click on them? Huh. That's cool, I didn't know that. But yeah, he's my fishing buddy. We go fishing together. Yuri is very cool, but I tried to give her a flower and she was just like, how wasteful. So the first gift I tried to give her, she hated. So I'm just never giving her a gift again, apparently. Oh, have you played as well? You've been playing as well, Nabil? I'm missing 4 people. This person's hair looks kind of cool. She doesn't look like the flower type. But she looks like a cinnamon roll. Gift her a better attitude? I should, hey. I don't know how many of these people are romanceable. I did look at the list. There's a fair amount of them, but I don't remember. This guy. Bit of an ass. And then Mark was also a bit of an ass. He was just grumpy for no reason. I offered to give him another scratch over his eye because he was being fucking spicy as hell to me, and I was just like, for what, bro? Do you want to calm your shit? He was being mean for no reason. What's cracking? My favorite farmer. Whee! Oh, ooh, lots of things. Produces every 4 days. And this one produces every 3 days. Produces every 4 days. Okay. Okay, so basically, we grow a certain amount of each of these ones, because these ones all... Oh wait, these 3 continue to grow. But definitely need to grow this one as soon as possible. And make fertilizer for these ones, actually. You started playing today, but your PC fans are having a breakdown. Oh, really? No ways. That's crazy. Honey, I'm doing my work due tomorrow. Oh my god, best of luck, girl. I hope you can smash that shit. Get it done. Thank you for the lurkies. I hope it goes well. I think that's enough. I think 10 of each is fine. Because this will produce... Okay, I'm not good at math, but it'll produce a few. This one as well. The corn one, I'm just not sure, because it's going to take 12 days to grow, but then produces every 4 days. So we'll get a couple in, I think. Sorry for punching the mic. I bought an extra one. Oh! That was probably a bad idea. I know it's a bad idea to do that in Stardew Valley. Okay. Yeah, these ones are kind of just filler ones. We'll buy 20 of each for now, I think. It's corn! A big lump with knobs. It has juice. Sad this game costs money. Ah, Yoda! Oh! Pineapple upside down cake? That's cute as hell. Alright, let me go pants. It's my birthday, you have to tell me who it is. Oh no, Nabil, not you as well. Leave my sweet bean alone. He doesn't want to tell people. Jargon has spoken. Jargon says no more. No more bugging your doodles. The funny thing is that Nabil is such a softie. I know that there's no like maliciousness behind his words. It's still funny though. Did those other trees end up growing? Not really. I'm gonna cut them down so they get out of the way. Because yeah, this is where I want my farm to be. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Roxy, you were playing Genshin Impact. Did you have fun? What were you up to today? How's it going? How's it going? Virus King! Sheesh! Hello, hello! Oh my god, I forgot about that Peepo Hey. Guys, I added... Oh my... I forgot about the Peepo Hey that I added, but... I'm so happy. I don't know if I've seen anyone use that yet. Thank you, Virus King. Thank you for reminding me that I got a Peepo Hey. How you doing? You got Sino? Ah, congrats, Roxy! Have you started building him? Did you pre-farm for him? You explored the desert? Roxy, do you need scarabs? You can definitely come steal my scarabs. I'm doing good, Virus King. How are you? Thank you for the Peepo Haze, because I forgot about that, adding that emote, and it sparks joy. It sparks the most joy. It's called Kiwi Bear. And I love it. But yeah, congrats on the Sino. Did you pre-farm him? But I'm offering my scarabs to all of my friends because I'm not gonna get Sino myself, but I've got all those scarabs sitting around, so someone might as well use them, right? Oh. There's either a light flickering in my room somewhere, or there's lightning. I don't know. I'm losing my mind. You didn't pre-farm him? Okay, no worries. Yeah, I have scarabs. You're welcome to invade. Alright, sorry. What am I doing? Oh, that's the wrong tool. I was like, why is it not digging? Sorry guys, I just need to... Did you see that Sino TikTok with Tian? I don't have TikTok, Yoda. Maybe you can tell me? What is it, what is it about? There's a side quest in Ari village that unlocks the underground. Oh, yeah? Tian who's something? Wait, what? That's so funny. Thank you for the lucky Roxy. Sorry. I just need to take care of something quick. Hot dog and bologna. Chilling macaroni. Chilling with the homies. That's my theme song. You sure it's not your partner playing with the light to scare you? So my door's closed, so he'd have to open the door. he'd have to open the door to do that. Enjoy later? I shouldn't enjoy it now, Yoda. Is it like sassy or something? Is it not something to watch on stream? It's sussy? Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Oh no. Wait, but if it's sussy, I don't want to watch it on stream. Won't get you banned? Oh my goodness. Okay. It's not that sussy. Okay, well, I don't know if we have very different ideas of what is sussy. I'm just gonna say. Where did you send it, Yoda? DM? But there's nothing in the DM. The DM is empty. The DM is the last time we spoke, which was 2 days ago? Hi, Toxic Twinkie! We're only saying the word sussy. We're not actually saying sussy things or watching sussy things yet. Oh, there we go. That was weird. Oh, the file is too big. Oh. The DM vented. Okay, it's fine. Yoda sent me the link. I'll open it now. I'm only mildly concerned. Let's pause this bitch and then is there a I can't make this full screen? Wow, guys. TikTok is okay, let me not say anything. I was gonna say something mean, but I'm like, no wait. Tian just makes it dumb. I mean, yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds on brand for Tian. Let's turn the sound on. Hopefully it's not too loud.
So excited, right? Oh my god, Tian, I'm so sorry. Everybody in chat.
You've turned off notifications, Yoda? I think that's a good idea. Oh my goodness. Tian is special. He is. Do you know what? The name Tian has always been kind of weird for me. Because growing up, I had a neighbor with 2 kids. And I can't remember the girl's name. But the boy was Tian. And I probably only remember his name because he was a little shit of note. But yes, now whenever I think of Tians, like when I speak to someone named Tian or someone's talking about someone named Tian, all I can think of is that young neighbor that I had. He was like, I actually don't even know how old he was. I just know he was basically a baby compared to me. He was the annoying little brother of my neighbor. And yeah, so now like, I don't know, I find it very hard to take Tian seriously. Whether or not they're older than me doesn't matter. Does not matter. Like, I just, yeah, they're babies in my brain. How do I want to do this? Actually, where's my other scarecrow? But yeah, it's good that you, because what if someone sent you something else, Yoda? It honestly could have been way worse, depending on what they sent you. It could have been way worse. Let's see. I don't know if I'll be able to walk through these, so I'm a bit reluctant to put them against the fence here, because I don't know if I'll be able to grab them. Tian is a zoomer, so still a baby. That is true. That is true. I mean, Yoda's a baby as well, by that standard then, I think. What was the other thing I needed? Oh, it's this stuff. Compost. Oh, and actually... Oh, I don't have much trash. I need a sneeze? Uh-oh. I forbid it. No sneeze allowed. I need more compost. Okay, yeah, let's make some quick. Oh. Oh. God damn it. I played myself. Oh, I scuffed that, but it's okay. Ledge! Hello! Sorry if my face looks angry sometimes. I was just born that way. Cupcake is younger than me. Oh! I feel lied to. Are you a zoomy zoomer as well, Cupcake? You're all itty bitty babies. Ledge, I feel like I haven't seen you. How are you doing, friend? Why does it feel like I haven't... Can we get a shouty outy for... Oh wait, you did the one shouty outy. Can we get the other shouty outy? Wait, I can do it. Is it just shout? Oh, I can't spell apparently. There we go. Oh, have you just not streamed in a while? I feel like I haven't seen you live, Lich. Am I going insane? My brain's just buffering. I feel like I haven't seen you live in a while. On Tuesday? Okay, I've been live every day this week so far, so maybe that's why I haven't seen you, because I've been streaming as well. Distinct possibility. But it was a while. Yeah, because like when I'm looking through the, because I look like at the end of my stream to see like who I can raid. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Oh, and you were playing Stardew Valley. Lich, if you like Stardew Valley, you'll love this game. Let me just say that now. Also, thank you, Amy. Thank you, thank you. There's supposed to be a GIF with that. There's like a really cute cat GIF that's supposed to pop up, but for some reason it didn't show. Also, guys, should I have my chair? Or should I just be standing? Yeah, look at all these little zoomy zoomers. I'm Gen Z, but I don't fit in with my own generation. Ah, Cupcake's an old soul. Sometimes I feel he's older than me. Damn. Okay. I'm just old. So Cupcake's an old soul. I'm just old. No, I'm fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, I need to make snip snaps. Let's see. Okay, that's fun. I'm pretty sure I should be able to walk through these. Okay, I've just made a fucking god-awful mess of my crops, but it's okay. Where's my fertilizers? Everything is temporary. I'll fix it up nicely for next time. The main thing was just getting all of the long-lasting crops done as quickly as possible so that I could do the fertilizer for them. Because yeah, they're super important. Let's see, let's do the sunflowers. I don't know how much space this will all take up, but that's fine, we'll figure it out. You've been standing the whole time? I did one standing stream and it killed me. No, I meant like my VTube. not like the actual person. But I have like I have a chair that I could use as well. I have a chair with the legs. Alright. Yeah, that looks okay. I have like one extra seed though. I don't know what to do with it. Oh, hold on. Perfect. Perfect. Anyway. So you mean that's not you on screen? Oh shit. I don't know what you're talking about, Cupcake. You're not old. Both my brothers are older than you. I mean, that doesn't make me not old. It just makes them older than me. You better not do a standing stream again. Oh yeah? Why not? I've heard it's pretty good for you, actually. To stand when you're at the PC. 30 is not old? It's not? Tell that to my body, because I think my body doesn't agree with that, Cupcake. Hi, Bengi. Thank you for the lurkies. Did I plant something behind this guy? I did. Okay. Oof, I think I'm gonna need some foodies. For some energy. Oh, that's convenient. I already had some. Oh. 30 is not old. You just turned... I'm turning 30 in a month. Yeah, basically in a month. A month and a few days. My body disagrees with you. My body's like, no, this is very old. I need to finish watering because I need to go to bed soon. Shit. Ah! Can I show you guys something cool? Parkour! Can I show you something cool again? Parkour! Do I have to yell that every time I jump over the fence? Imagine being 30. Imagine no longer being 30, jargon. Bitch, I know it's getting late. Shush. Ah! Panic watering. Oh no. Am I gonna pass out in my garden? At this rate, it looks like it, but... No! Fuck! God damn it! God damn it! I was so close. I watered everything though, so it's okay. What a toxic lifestyle I have. And now it's raining today. Oh. God damn it. Can I still put any compost on these guys? No, because it's not a seed anymore. Fuck! Okay, that's fine. We know for next time then. This is a-okay, guys. I'm not sad. I do need more trash though, because I need compost. It's okay, guys. I just died. At least it was on my own farm, so I don't know. Did I get up in the middle of the night and go to bed or something? Ah, there's the trash. Oh! There's a big old rock here. You need a back rest or you'll fuck your posture. Do you know what, guys? Don't buy gaming chairs. They're made for gamers. Do you know why that's a bad thing? Because gamers have got shit posture. Don't do it. Treat yourselves. Spend that money instead on an ergonomic chair. It will save your back. I'm not even joking. I don't have a sore back anymore. I don't have a sore back anymore. Do you know why? Because I have a chair that has proper support. It's great. It's comfy. Can confirm gaming chairs are shite. And also very often made out of like leather and or pleather. Which is garbage because it's hot as fuck, man. And you're gonna sweat. And your thighs are gonna stick to it. Oh my goodness. Gaming chairs are shit if you want to sit properly. Exactly. You're going this weekend to get a new chair? Oh, Amy. I hope you find a good comfy boy. Something with nice back support. Avoid the leather, pleather nonsense. I hate that shit. You know what? I actually found a gaming chair that wasn't like pleather, leather crap. And I loved that chair, but it was not good for my back. But I loved the fact that I didn't stick to my chair in the summer. That was the only that was the only benefit of that chair. It was the only good thing. So, yeah. What if I want to sit like a bisexual? Do bisexuals have bad posture, Mel? Yeah, gaming chairs, no, they're terrible. Because I keep seeing people like, oh yeah, I want this gaming chair, and I'm just like, oh, sweet summer child, no. Please, love your body and buy yourself something good. you're gonna spend all that money anyway, you might as well spend it on something that will like support your back properly and not turn you into a shrimp in the worst kind of way. You want to sit with your knees up or your legs crossed? I mean, to be fair, very often I'll sit with my... Because I have, like, really big thighs, so, like, I don't think I could sit on this thing cross-legged, but... but, like, I'll sit with one foot under my other leg sometimes, which is not good. It's not good, but I'll still do it anyway. I don't know how many I can fit in each one. Oh, there we go. Then I can just be prepared for the next batch. Wait, I had more? Or is this is what I got earlier? Probably. I think we can trust the chests again. I'm gonna cry if we can't, but you know, it's okay. Oh man. I just wanna... Okay, I'm gonna... Sorry, I had to take care of something. Thank you for the head pets, Bengi. Much appreciated. Sometimes you need the head pets. Ah, Yoda! Hee. Everybody give Yoda some loves. Give him a hug. I want to do one as well. I almost just wrote Kappa by itself, but I was like, wait, you gotta do it properly. Whee! There's a witty Baba. Babara. There we go. Now Yoda's gonna be the most mashed potatoes. Ah, you passed out last night lying face down. Thought it was a dead body. Scared the heck out of me. I found you pretty late. I hope you weren't staying up past midnight. Not good for you. I had Yuri carry you home. Ooh. Yuri carried me home. Make sure you're okay. Your medical bill should be attached. Ah, I forgot there was a medical bill for passing out. Whoops. It's fine. It's okay. Well, you know, I don't have to water today. Which means I can go make money by harassing the local wildlife. Actually, hold on. I wanted to go clear out the recycling area. Looked very yucky. But yeah, I'm glad you're feeling better, Yoda. That's what you gotta do when you're not feeling so good. Just come sit here and talk shit with us. You know we're pros at talking shit. It's what we do. Maybe I'm just speaking for myself here, but okay, wait, I have to go around the back of the community center. Oh, I can go up through there. Okay, perfect. It's next to the... How's it 7 o'clock already? That's not fair. I can only stream for another hour. Man. I hate that. Oh! Oh, this trash is very easy to clean up. Oh, I should probably go diving as well. That's also a good source of trash. Yeah, I can't believe it either. But it's fine. I'm probably gonna go play Cookie Run in bed. Because of the BTS event. Oh my goodness. You're starting to feel tired? Uh-oh. I can't see what else there is. But I'm very running out of energy, so... whatever else is left will have to wait before I pass out. Kind of pushed it there. Oh, not that way. You need to go charge, Yoda, go quick. I think I might just, if I have some seeds, I'll just make some seed bars quick. Oh, Ni no Kuni. Oh man, I really want to play that on stream. Oh, I have loads of seeds actually. Nice. Okay, I don't have as many opals. I think that's good for now. So I played the first Ni no Kuni. I played the first one, Yoda, but I never got to kill the last boss. Because I moved out of my dad's house and I didn't have my own PlayStation. And then they somehow lost my game. Like they lent it out to someone and it just never came back. And I was like, thanks guys. So that kind of sucked. Ooh, larkspur. Shallots. Ooh, hibiscus. Oh, Puggy's pug used to eat those. It was very cute to watch her. Because she really seemed to love them for some reason. I wonder if Puggy would ever stream. Let's see. I want to move this one here. They had it on PS Now, whatever the thing was called. You saw the first one, played almost all. Not at all. Want to start again? Yeah, I would definitely say start again. Because based on your memory. You have someone's PlayStation 3 games on your shelf. Oh, Yoda! Did you just forget who it belonged to? Unbelievable. Oh, white hibiscus. That's so pretty. Oh! Nice. Wonder if I got one of those before. Oh, Jargon's gonna come pick them up. You better whip him as well. Man, that's so wild. I ran past this place so many times, but didn't realize this was the... That's crazy. Let's see. There we go. Hibiscus. And a shallot. There we go. I have no idea who they belong to, but they did take their PS3 back. Oh, that's so funny. Oh my goodness. Yoda the thief. Who would have thought? Not my sweet innocent friend. I won't believe it. If anyone accuses Yoda of a crime, I'll just flat out not believe. I'll be like, nope. I'll testify against them. I'm like, no, Yoda could never. Magnolia green jumper. It's a little spider. We get these spiders, I think. I don't know if it's this exact one, but we get a little spider like this. They actually change color. What? One day I'll not suck at catching things. Today is not that day, though. What's over the bridge? Oh, that's cute. Maybe for fishing. But we have evidence he steals PS3 games. I'll delete the message. No one needs to know. there's another one. The white hibiscus is very pretty. My goodness. Also, don't mind me. I'm just choking on my own spit. I told you guys I'm old. Choking on your spit is like a sign of aging. You know it's game over. As soon as you start choking on your spit, then you're old as fuck. Long-term borrowing with no intent to return. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. The thing is, like, if they never asked you for it back, did they also then forget that you had it? Give me more bugs. Soldier beetle? Oh my god, that's beautiful. An excellent pollinator. Nice. Good job, guy. There's so many cute little, like, nooks and stuff in this game. I'm just like, what is this for? What will it be used for in the future? You gotta head out. No worries, Amy. Take care, take care. Have a lovely evening. Bye, 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 bye. Love you, friends. It was your brother's friend. We had his PS3 for like 2 years before he remembered that. How do you forget about a PS3 for 2 whole years? Damn. So what, he just took the PS3 back and forgot about the games then? It's kind of funny though. But also kind of feels bad, man. So many new shiny things. Oh, there's a coco. Oh, it's just a snail. But it's fine. Snail is money. I want that panda onesie. Oh, more flowers. Okay, we're not giving flowers to our girlfriend anymore because she does not appreciate them the way that she should. So just gonna throw that out there. Can I even get to this? I can. Hi, Hiro! How are you? How do you just straight up forget that you have a PlayStation? Oh my god. Imagine sucking at a video game. I don't have to imagine, it's a reality for me. Oh yeah, does he still have it? He does. The panda suits. I need to go sell some shit. There we go, there's someone. So Hero, one of the funny things, Kai is convinced that I've played Monster Hunter. So next time he mentions Monster Hunter, I'll be like, no, you see, you made a mistake. You were thinking of Hero, because you and I look exactly the same, right? We look alike. So I think he just made a mistake. He thought you were me. So Hero, every time Kai gave me a shout out, he would always say, "Oh yeah, Nat plays Monster Hunter," and I'm like, no. But you definitely play it, so we must just gaslight him into thinking that. I was secretly hoping that he forgot he lent it to us. Oh shit, it's getting late again. Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I gonna get home in time, or am I gonna pass out in the middle of nowhere? Rusty! Friend, you need to play this. Friend, please. How is this game? Please play it, Rusty. That's all I'm gonna say. You're gonna fucking love it. It is in early access. It's 220 ront, so it's not too bad. But it is good, Rusty. I know that you love your Stardew Valley. You're gonna love this. Please play it. Just be patient with it. Like, they are still in early access. There's gonna be things that are gonna break and shit. But like, I think you'll love it. I think you'll love it. Big time. It's 12 doodles? Oh my goodness. Oh no, I've been betrayed. Fuck. Jargon, I can't respond to DMs right now, sorry. Please leave a message after the beep. Beep! You're gonna make me do a guided playthrough. Oh, Rusty, you know, I need that. I need the perfect, the speed run. I need it. Because I'm just currently struggling along through the game, having fun as it goes. But like, yeah. Thank you, Jargon. Here we go again! Fuck yeah! You must enjoy, friend. Also, Jargon, don't even lie. That wasn't rude. That was funny as fuck. Admit it. Admit it, you know, that was funny as hell. I actually spoke to some students today. I asked them, I was like, when you watch like movies in China, do they beep out like the bad words? And she was like, yeah, it makes like a beep. It was so fucking cute. Thank you for the luckies, Rusty. But yeah, it was so fucking cute because like the beep she made. My heart. Oh my god. My students are adorable sometimes. And the best part is... Ah! Koi! There was a fish in the bin. Oh my god, I'm offended for the fish. The best part is that my students are adults. So when they do cute stuff like that, it's like 10 times cuter. Because why would you expect like an adult person to be like, beep? Anyway, Jargon, I thought that was very funny. I forget that I have those sometimes. Oh man, I'm so sad about the time. Fuck. This happens as I get to the end of like every stream time, but now even more so because the reason's not that I just need to go to bed, it's that we have load shedding. Is that a gay? They got a gay flag in front of the... I love that. A fish in the bin, right? I feel bad, and it's a koi fish as well. They're fucking huge. But it's fine, because now he's gonna live in the... There we go, beautifully spotted fish. He's gonna live in the museum. He gets to live a new life in a giant tank, because he deserves it. He gets a second chance at life. That makes me happy. Uh-oh! Oh, I thought she was here to fight me. I still can't believe I tried to give my girlfriend a flower and she hated it. And now she hates me. I'm gonna go cry now. Why are you laughing, Jargon? Are you laughing at my pain? She obviously wants snacks. Yeah, it did seem that way. She's like, this isn't food. To be fair, same. The only time I want someone to give me flowers is if it's like something I can plant in the garden. Because then I can actually use it. You lost a girlfriend, but gained a rival. Thank you. God, I hope she's not my rival. I think she'd kick my ass, to be honest. Oh, this is a beautiful koi. Where did you get it? Nah, I just found it in the bin. Imagine. Oh my god. Alright, let's see. Oh! What did Jargon do? Why is it whenever something goes amiss, it's always Jargon? What have you done now, Jargon? It's always Jargon. He's causing shit all the time. You saw what? What did Jargon do? Repent, Jargon. You gotta fess up. Pay for your sins, sir. No, it was definitely Jargon. Look at Jargon causing trouble. What have you done, sir? I don't know what you mean, Yoda. I have no idea what you mean. Enjoy, friend. You seemed really interested in the game, and then I messaged Jargon, and I was like, "Hey, man, wanna buy some WoW?" No, I didn't say that. But that was basically how the message went. Hey, kid, wanna buy some WoW? Because, you know, Jargon's a kid and all. Definitely, 100%. But no, very bad. You're gonna have to come over here and fight me, Yoda. If you've got beef, if you've got beef with what I did, come over here, come fight me. What was it? Was it trash? Do I actually want to build more? Because I don't think I can handle more. What is this? Ooh! Turns one resource into another resource. Oh my goodness. What? I wonder what the extent of this is. Decline! No, you can't decline! Yoda, you'll make me cry if you decline. You don't want to make me cry, do you?
Yoda found the thing. Keck donated $6.61. Thanks for doing it. Gonna be like 60 cents to pull this out of PayPal, Keck.
Nice. Thank you, friend. I'll probably, to be fair, I'll probably just, okay, he accepted it. We're good. I think he feared making me cry, so he accepted it. We bullied him into accepting it. Oh, how did she say it? Did she say Kekwa?
Kekwe.
So they are chocobos. The voiceover thing is a chocobo. Oh my goodness, that's great. I like that. But yes, enjoy the game, friend. I know I've been having a lot of fun with it, so I hope you can too. It's actually raining in the game now, so it kind of matches the ambient noise that I have going. Should I try and find like other ASMR type videos? I just wouldn't know what to do. Do you know how the PayPal F&B transfer thing works? So yeah, you need to link the accounts, and then the actual website, Yoda, the actual website's a fucking mess. Let me go have a quick look for you. It's very confusing, like, and it's frustrating, honestly, because I struggled with it a few times. And now they've updated the website, so I don't know if they've changed it. So if you go to... What's this? Oh, my bank is like, hey, you just logged into your account. So you go to... If you click on accounts, like on the website, you go to accounts, and then you go to PayPal services. I think it's here. Then on the left-hand side, I know you can't see the site, but it's because I don't want to show people my stuff. On the left-hand side, there's a thing that says menu. You click on that. Then there's a withdraw from PayPal. You can see where my mouse is, but there's a thing to withdraw from PayPal. And then you just, you fill out all the details. So have you linked your PayPal, Yoda? Because yeah, you go to accounts, or yeah, I think you go to accounts and then you click on PayPal services, and then there's like a thing where you can set things up on that page somewhere. Unfortunately, I can't, like, because mine's already set up, so I can't actually do it. But yeah, it's the PayPal services to do all the stuff. There should be something there. We tried linking it, but it keeps repeating the process. Has it been like approved or whatever? So I see mine says verification pending, but it really shouldn't be because it should already be linked. But there's maybe I think you might have to go and accept something somewhere or something. I can't remember what the exact process was, but yeah, I know that I struggled a few times to figure out how to do things. But what you can also do, Yoda, is you can go like into the bank and they'll help you. They'll finalize everything and help you with it. Because yeah, it is very confusing to the point where they're like, you know, you can come in and we'll help you set it up because their website is unnecessarily confusing. Alternatively, I don't know how you feel about phone calls. I hate calling people. But that's not a bad way to go about doing it as well. But I think I just struggled through it and figured it out eventually.
Why Uncle Elon not just let you guys run some PayPal shit however you want? Silly bugger.
Silly bugger. Apparently he will curse. But yeah, that would be, I think the best thing, like the easiest solution is honestly going in if you can go into the bank. Otherwise, I think these ones aren't gonna grow. That's fine. I'll just plant them somewhere else. Yeah, you can probably just call them. Your lights just flickered. Oh yeah, you said it's storming. Hey, Jargon. You said it's storming by you. How bad is it? Is Ninja okay? I know he's a bit of a tough cookie, but I still worry about pets. A big wind? Oh my god. The hurricane has passed, right? Or is it still like... Is it still a threat? Ninja is sleeping soundly. Oh, bless him. Silly boy. Sleepy boy. Here's a llama, there's a llama, and another little llama. Fuzzy llama, funny llama, 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 duck. Sorry, that was stuck in my head for some reason. This might be residual hurricane stuff. It's way out to sea by me, but we get the way outskirts of it. So, Jesus, hurricanes never come this far north. Yeah, that's kind of scary, not gonna lie. And by kind of scary, I mean very scary. Like, we don't really get that kind of stuff here in South Africa, so... Parkour! Oh, I should have shown Rusty the parkour. I think he would have loved that. So yeah, I think the only like extreme weather that we get in South Africa would be like droughts and floods. We have no earthquakes, no tsunami, no hurricanes, typhoons. Yeah, we just don't get that shit here. Oh, there's also like Death Beach in Cape Town though, because of where the two oceans meet and the water's all fucked up. Oh, Escom? Yeah, I mean, I guess that's our curse. Our curse is no electricity. Fair point. Does it yoink people under? So I've heard that there's a beach somewhere in Cape Town where a lot of dead children, but also dead baby seals will wash up. And it's because of the water currents. Oh god, this was years ago, but a friend who lives near there, she called it Death Beach. So every time she walked her dogs there, she had to like watch them closely because they would just go sniffing around. There'd be like kelp and all kinds of crap all over the beach. And she would never know, like, are her dogs eating a piece of like kelp or are they eating like a dead seal or whatever? So like she had to be very careful with that. But she lives like literally like in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, it's very, very rough. The seas there, I don't know why. I think it's just because the water temps are so different there. It's just like very, is turbulent the right word? It's just very like, it's unsafe. But yeah, it's pretty scary. But I think a lot of the water in Cape Town isn't really like, you don't go there to swim basically. It's not a it's not got the climate for that. There we go. You're terrified of the ocean? Wait, how come? I'm terrified of dolls, puppets, wax figures, anything that is like kind of pretending to be, well, not even pretending, but like falsely represents a person. I can't. I fucking can't, mate. I'd rather die. I went to Madame Tussauds when I was in the UK, and I went twice for whatever fucking reason. I think that just like solidified, made very evident what my fears were. But I can say I did it, so that's something. You have a fear of sharks and a bit of thalassophobia. I mean, I think everyone to some degree has that fear of the deep dark oceans. Because yeah, if you don't, then I don't know. Maybe you should talk to someone about that. You're terrified of mirrors? Oh, Venki, really? So do you not have mirrors in your house then? Because I don't really have mirrors in my house. Not really by choice. I just never found one that I liked, and so I don't have mirrors. You went to the wax museum twice, even though you hate it. Yeah, I was like, I was very uncomfortable the whole time. I guess I didn't really have much of a voice to say I was uncomfortable, because I went with family. And I kind of just like sucked it up, but oh, it wasn't good times. I didn't take pictures with any of the things, and I didn't walk too close to any of them. But I went with my cousins, and then I went with my dad and his wife. I mean, everyone else seemed to be enjoying it, so that's fine, I guess. But yeah, it was cuck weird, to say politely. It was cuck weird. Do I actually have... I do have maple seeds there. You have one in the bathroom, but in general I avoid mirrors after sundown. It used to be bad at a time I had to get a friend to close your curtains and stuff after dark. I was afraid of window reflections too. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that sounds like a very difficult thing for the most part to avoid. Like even in your house. Oh, I don't have sap. Even in your house, like I think I want to say it's almost standard for like bathrooms to have at least a mirror, like one by the basin. You going outies before load shedding? No worries. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening, Cupcake, and you must enjoy your weekend plans. Enjoy not spending time with your friends. I'm just teasing. I forgot that I have no energy. Wow. Just rubbing it in. Sorry, Cupcake. See you next week. Oh my goodness. You too, Cupcake. Have fun. Have all the fun without us. I'm living that troll life, yo. It sparks joy. Do you all want to come to the movie tomorrow then? Yes, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Just tell me what time and where you guys will be sitting in the cinema. I'll be sure to sit behind you and hold candle. Make sure you're not doing anything sussy in the cinema. Just bring a hammer, ban hammer, and just bop you on the head if you're misbehaving. Alright, off with you, Cupcake. Go do your things. Go prepare for load shedding. Hi, Daniel. How are you? Bring the hammer. Perfect. Wait, that's not the second chest. I was like, there's no way I have 2 full stacks of wood. Yeah, I'm doing alright, Daniel. It's the weather's nice and cool now. I've had a very fun, relaxing stream. This stuff is watered, right? Yeah, I did water it already. Coral Island is downloading! Yay! Oh, I'm so excited for you, friend. This game is super, super fun. Maybe I can start crafting things as well. I made no money, but I'm gonna go buy that panda onesie now. Because I saw too late yesterday that I had money. Hopefully it wasn't a limited time thing. That would suck. No! Man. That's such a pretty butterfly. I'm not very good at catching things. Ah! Fuck. Okay, that's one I've already gotten before. Did y'all send me another gift? No? It wasn't me. You got another one? Another what? Another, the same game? Or different game? Because I didn't say nothing. Was it jargon? Daniel, thank you for the bubbles. Are y'all trolling? No, Yoda, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. That definitely wasn't me. 100%. That would have been the best gift, though. But yeah, it wasn't us. It wasn't us, Yoda. This one is anonymous. Who do you have as a friend on Steam, Yoda? That has a big heart. That's like literally all my money gone. But how do I have to take this off and then put this on? How? Here? How do I? I'm so confused. Saucy barkers. Okay, okay, so one thing. Yeah, I was about to say that Jargon doesn't lie about stuff. If he does something and you ask him about it, he'll come clean. Like, he won't be a silly bugger about it. Can promise you that. At least that's what he tells me. He won't lie about stuff. So it wasn't us, Yoda. It was one of your other nice friends. Oh. That was close to scuffed. You have collected a lot of nice friends. Oh, I'm one of them, right? You need a little bit of sugar in your life. That's why. Maple leaf cutter moth. It's so pretty. Holy shit. Oh fuck, I love these hibiscus though. Oh my god, they're so pretty. Makes me think of puggies though. No, it's the same one. Fuck, I thought it looks like a different butterfly. Shit. Oh, actually, I've been meaning to go to the ranch. I wanted to go check out. Oops. He could have seen that. Luckily, he didn't. We stan Yoda. Yeah. Super wholesome, super friendly. What's not to stand? Oh. Violin beetle? Wow. I hate those in Animal Crossing. They're so common. Okay, wait, that's the carpenter. There's the ranch. Gotta go this way. Gotta go fast. Hope he's still open on a Friday. Is it this way? It is this way. Tails? Make sure to let your animals out of the barn once in a while, okay? Okay. Oh. Oh! funny because I bought a panda onesie. Oh my god. I just need to go to the museum quick and drop off some of these bugs because I know I caught a couple cool things now. Whoa, look at those pretty flowers. I think those are the chili. You know what? Even though I can't really tolerate spicy food, I do like to eat it. And I also love growing chilies. Holy shit. I used to grow, I don't even know what they were, but they were spicy little devils. Loads of chili plants at my dad's house. Oh, Taro! You come off. Oh, is that the one that's been avoiding me? Wow, that's so big. That's what she said. That's me. I'm she. Oh no, Jargon, what have you done? Exposing me as a horse girl? How dare you? Was that a fish? It was catfish! What's with all the fish in the bins? What are you clipping, you? Let your animals out of the barn once in a while, okay? Okay. Oh. You can't see my face, but... It's like stuck there on that expression now as well. I don't know why, it just stopped. It just stopped. It's not even at the end of the playlist, but like, if I just hide myself. Tell me you're a horse girl without telling me you're a horse girl. That's so funny. In case y'all didn't know, I fucking love horses. I'm a closeted horse girl. Yay! Metallic wings? Damn. It looks more like a banjo than a violin, really. Horse people are great? Yeah? What kind of horse people do you mean, Bengi? Do you mean like centaurs or like people with an interest in horses? I can't believe we got a fucking catfish. It must be in here, right? Because they're river fish. They're not ocean fish, surely. Surely? I keep forgetting that I want to go fishing. Both? Both are cool. Okay, I mean, yeah, I do agree. In Guild Wars 2, there's no like horses. Like the animal horse like doesn't exist in the Guild Wars 2 universe. I can't even tell you why. I don't know myself. But there's like centaurs like instead. And oh my god. Gulf fertility. Okay. Them's is words I don't understand. But yes, so there's no actual horses, but there's like horse people. Yes. I'll be honest with you. I haven't played like the latest expansion. I did buy it and I bought like the deluxe edition, and I'm sorry to say I was a little bit disappointed with the most recent expansion. Like it just didn't grab me like the previous ones did. And I just haven't really I haven't really played that much. Which is sad because I do love the franchise. I did a very brief scuffed playthrough of the base story on stream like ages ago. But yeah, it's oh, what is that? Flame scallop. Damn it. You bastard. Ooh. What the fuck? Ah, what the hell? It's a crab rave. You can't catch them though. They're just jamming there. I really need to carry some friends through the game again. You love, yeah. It's and it's like so nostalgic as well. Having played the, you know, the rest of the expansions, the other ones, like man, the Path of Fire story was so good. I really enjoyed that. And then yeah, I was a bit disappointed by the most recent one. I just couldn't, I don't know, I couldn't stick with it. But yeah, I was so excited when Path of Fire came out. Oh my goodness. That was like on another level of awesome. I don't know why, but today Vitato looks very pale. I don't know what I've done to her. She just looks like she's seen a ghost. Let's see if we get another... Oh, okay, never mind. We got like food instead. I thought we'd get another fish. Oh, there's a wormy. Oh, that guy again. I'm trying to save up money. Spooky season. Oh yeah? Okay, we'll go with spooky season Tato then. Have you guys met Peanut Butter? Here's Peanut. This cat is so adorable. That's true. Peanut is very cute. And Butter! Look at this chunky little baby. Butter is also so cute. They've really put a lot of work, a lot of love into this game. Oh! Saddleback? That's also a new one. Whoa! Try to ride it and you'll get all you'll get is a venomous sting. That's cute. Inventory full? Shit. Oh, I had space for that. Well, I guess I should go home then, since I won't be able to grab anything else. Like this sausage caterpillar over here. No! Is there anything I can throw out? One compost! Ooh. I didn't water my garden. Shit. Time to speedrun. Oh yeah, Jargon, have you played the BTS update? Have you played like the games and stuff yet? Like the rhythm game? It's kind of difficult, I'm not gonna lie. Because the background, at least on the first one, was a little bit tricky because the background is also purple. So like seeing the difference in color between the keynotes and the and the background was like, it made it harder to press the right things. I was able to pass, but I felt like an idiot. Yeah, I think the highest score I've gotten was an A. I only tried it a couple times. And I think I've only unlocked 3 songs, maybe 4 songs. But I ran out of energy, so I stopped for the day. Whoop, parkour. I was gonna say farmcore, and then that just sounds like an aesthetic, so I was like, never mind. I'll probably just do enough for the daily stuff. I mean, fair enough. There's so many things though, like, fuck. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit overwhelming. Ah! Chicken macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken macaroni, chilling with the homies. Hot dog and bologna, chicken macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, raiders. Hello, hello. Artemis, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you.
Happy 4 months, lovely.
Oh, thank you so much, V. How was your stream, Artemis? You were playing Overwatch 2. How are you finding it? Did you play a lot of the first Overwatch game? Because I'll be honest, I didn't play a lot of it. I didn't play a lot of it. But I haven't even looked at the new one. I'm still trying to figure out how to equip this outfit because I cannot figure it out. My brain is not workies. But yes, welcome raiders. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Nat Ortedo, variety streamer from South Africa. I do typically play a lot of Genshin Impact, but today I am playing a new game that has come out recently called Coral Island. There we go. I got it eventually. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's really, really cool. But yes, let's see, who's here? Artemis, of course, and Miyuki. Am I saying that correctly? I have another friend whose name is also Miyuk. Miyuki? And V, welcome, welcome. Are you enjoying Coral Island? I am, V. I know you like Animal Crossing. I think you'll love this game, V. You'll love this. I think it's just these two that are new. The rest I can sell. I just can't figure out how to put this on. It just says can be worn. But I can't figure out where to put it to wear it. Because it doesn't go anywhere. That's fine. Miyoki. Ah, okay, okay. Perfect, perfect. Enjoying Overwatch? You did play... Oh, you played a lot of the first game. Okay. Yeah, I'm not very good at the pew-pews. So I think I haven't looked into Overwatch 2 yet. But I know that a lot of people have been playing it lately. I actually need to get... You know, I just realized I need to go soon myself. Because I have load shedding at 8. So actually, let me not continue to play because my power's gonna go off. But yeah, thank you again so much for the raid, Artemis. I really appreciate that. But yes, let me we're on the same schedule. It's entirely possible, V. It's entirely possible. Let's see. I need to find me a victim. I say that it sounds very scary, but I promise it's not. I just like to I like to raid people who raided me. So when I get raided, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna raid you back because I have to get my revenge, right? It's my revenge raids. I'm all about them. Like, oh, okay, you want to support me? Well, I'm gonna aggressively support you back. You, me, and V, we're all on the same one? Ah, shit. Alright, let's see. Which of the peepos? The only problem is very often when people raid me, it's because they finish before me. Which means I can't raid them. It does make it a little bit harder to raid people. Oh. Let's see, actually. Because Rebel raided me recently. Wait, Amy? Amy streaming? Amy raided me yesterday. Maybe it's my turn to raid Amy then. Because, yeah, she raided me. So I gotta get my revenge. You know how it is. Thank you for the hug, V. Yeah. And she just started? Ah. Okay, so yeah, let's head on over to my friend Amy. This is actually a friend of mine that I made through Guild Wars 2. We ended up meeting IRL, and it was really cool because like she was really sweet online. And then she was really sweet in person as well. So she's just started streaming. She's baby streamer. We're gonna go give her some love. Let me just set up the raid. There's the raid message, and then her name does not have a conventional spelling, so make sure you do it right. It should be a cute pink picture. Did I do it right? I did. Okay. All right. We are on the way. We're gonna go give some love to Amy. If you guys know Ruthie on Fire, they're also a South African streamer. Amy is like one of their closest friends. So yeah, you guys already know that Amy's gonna be a wholesome bean. She's currently playing Genshin Impact. So yeah, go give her all the loves. Again, just a raid message. And yeah, take care, everyone. Have a lovely, lovely evening. Thank you for chilling with me tonight. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time as today, because load shedding is a fuck. But yes. I'll see you guys. Take care. Bye-bye. And now you get to see just the awkward ending screen. And there's the subscribers and the followers. And yeah, no tears, Yoda. Oh yes, and the donation. All right, guys, take care. I will see you. Remember to give love to Amy. Be nice. Spread the chippy love. Bye.